So the first event of the day number 2, the 1200 meters final, JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, off and running. So Morrison from St. Andrew in 1. Ricketts from Manchester. You have Ellis from St. Anne, Walters from Clarendon, Sinclair from St. Elizabeth, Jameson, Westmoreland, War, St. Elizabeth, Palmer, St. Catherine, Pinnock of St. Andrew, Warren of Portland, and also Blair of St. Anne, and Richards of Westmoreland. So from St. Elizabeth out in front, Sinclair. So the young ladies from St. Elizabeth, War and Sinclair, 1-2 at the present time. That is the top 2. This is the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championship. This is all about day 2 in the 38th edition. The first event on the track, the 1200 meters on the girls' side. So Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth out in front and cruising somewhat. 2 laps to go, though. Pinnock of St. Andrew is right there in second. Sun Forrester is also there from St. Andrew. Sinclair out in front on the second lap. Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth. So 2 from St. Elizabeth, 2 from St. Andrew, 2 from Westmoreland. St. Anne also there, Manchester in the mix. But the young lady Ariana Sinclair had a time of 4:16.21 seconds and the fastest time coming into this final. She's labeled as the favorite. She's all control, Ariana Sinclair, and want to be joined by her teammate from St. Elizabeth. She has now slipped into second, though. That's War. War slipped into second, but Sinclair is out in front on the second lap. A 3-lap event on the second and final day of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship. So St. Thomas, Portland, St. Anne, Hanover, Kingston, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. James, St. Mary, St. Catherine, Manchester, Trelawney, St. Elizabeth, and St. Andrew all here repping on the day. Ariana Sinclair still maintaining about a 30 or 40 meter lead over her teammate War, who is in second. Tried to make a move from St. Catherine. Coming up on the right hand side, there's Palmer. Now 1 lap to go, 2:43 on the clock. You remember what she clocked in the preliminaries to advance to the final, 4:15.21 seconds. But War now settles in second. Sinclair out in front is 1-2 for St. Elizabeth at the present time. They've left the duo behind of St. Catherine and Hanover. But now on the back stretch, young lady from the Breadbasket Parish, Ariana Sinclair, maintaining a 30-meter, 25-meter lead over War, her teammate, who settles in second. She passes the entrance of the marathon tunnel. This for the final time. Sinclair now upping the tempo and certainly upping the speed in this girls' 1200 meters final. Is on the 15 event. 3:28 on the clock. Now she's gone into another gear. I said before, she slipped from second to third, now from third to fourth. She's upped the ante somewhat as she cruised round onto the home stretch. This young lady, Ariana Sinclair, 3:42. It's going to be a better time than what she did in the preliminaries. Some of the spectators are on the feet. You can come right here at the National Stadium because it's free to watch these young athletes perform at their best. Sinclair straying away from War, who settles in second. I said settles, but she now been challenged for that second spot. But Ariana Sinclair is cruising and will take the gold in the girls' 1200 meters. 4:09.47 seconds. 4:09 on the clock first and second, maybe first and third, maybe for St. Elizabeth. But it was close. It was close. It was very, very close for that third spot. Athlete coming from St. Catherine, Palmer, is right in the mix, along with War for the third spot. But no one can challenge the winner on the day. Ariana Sinclair, 4:09.47 seconds is the flash time. This goes on a 1200 meters, 3 times around the track. As Clarendon athlete coming right in. over the line right now. It's Walters. Looking on the track, making sure the track is clean. Walters, the last to go over the line, 409.47 seconds. That is a flash time. So the athletes have been helped to their feet after that grueling 1200 meters run. Sinclair's time, 409.48 seconds, getting the gold in that regard. 409.48. Warren is second, 413.98 seconds. Good run from Warren from Portland, coming in for second, 413.98 seconds. And in third, it was close for third though, between Wall of St. Elizabeth and Palmer of St. Catherine. 409.48 seconds, 413.98. Wall was in third though, but she actually almost stopped before going over the line. Palmer gets it. 415.06 seconds for Palmer getting third. So Wall will get fourth. Wall's time is 415.18 seconds in fourth. That's the top four. Gold, silver, and bronze. And we're talking about points also. You must remember St. Andrew, they are the defending champions. And what's expected, excitement on the day. Because we have a lot more to give you on the cards. So the next the next event on the track is the 1200 meters on the boys' side. After that event, we give it updated point standings as they happen. We have the girls a short while ago. St. Elizabeth first and fourth. Now O'Malley from St. Catherine, you have Jones, Clarendon, Grant of Manchester, Morgan of St. Elizabeth, Palmer of Manchester, Maxwell of St. Andrew, Landell, St. Mary, Gale of St. Elizabeth, Smythe of Westmoreland, Crawford of Portland, and Waysome from Westmoreland, Ellis from St. James. Looking on the times that came in though, Landell from St. Mary had 3:57 on the cards. Should be listed as one of the favorites. The time that came in, James of Manchester had 3:52. A young man from St. James, he goes in front. He means business on the day. So the athlete from St. James, Ellis, had a time of 4 minutes, 19.25 seconds, advancing through to the final. But now we see the move being made by the young man we spoke about from Manchester. Manchester having two athletes in this final. And Grant clocking 4:06.21 seconds. And then Palmer, 3:52.93 seconds with the fastest time heading into this final. Palmer out in front though, to be honest. And he is the favorite to take the gold right here in the boys under 15 1200 meters. So Palmer of Manchester still out in front. Young athlete from Portland in second. Looks like Crawford. But the man, the favorite, you may call him Palmer, from Manchester out in front in this first of 3 laps. He goes across the line. So 2 laps to go. Palmer trying to extend his lead. A young man from St. Andrew slipping into that second position. So St. Andrew moving in second. That Maxwell, 4:04 he clocked in that preliminary. Maxwell in that second position. But still, Palmer out in front followed by Maxwell in second. That is the top two. Trying to make a move though from Clarendon is Conroy Jones. He's settled in fourth at the present time. Well, fifth actually, present time. Trying to make a move. He's a tall individual, Conroy Jones. But let's go back to the top of the pack. This is the penultimate lap. And Cedric Palmer maintaining the top position, followed by Maxwell of St. Andrew in second. And however, that second spot is being fought for right now, because Maxwell is being passed. So I mentioned the St. Andrew athlete. It was in second, and I use the term was because that's not the case anymore. But he's fighting back Maxwell for that second spot. But Palmer still maintaining the leading position. He's a leader right now for the final lap. You'll get the whistle very soon. So it is Palmer, 1 lap to go to complete the boys on the 1200 meters. So the athlete from Portland slipped into that second, going by athlete from Westmoreland. That's Smythe of Westmoreland, who clocked 4:04.26 seconds early on. But Palmer still with a commanding lead on this final lap of the boys on the 1200 meters. Palmer with about a 35-meter lead. Here once again, Maxwell coming back. He is in fourth from St. Andrew. No, but with about 230 meters to go. It's all about Palmer of Manchester, still maintaining the top position. He is the leader, and he wants to lead his team to victory. He wants to lead his fellow athletes to the podium. He's coming around the bend, turning front into home. It's all about Palmer. Kevon James is first name. Cruising into that home stretch, being wheeled on by the spectators here from Manchester. He ups and steps it up and goes into another gear. The young man from Manchester, cool and easy, with about 50 meters to go. The young man Palmer, he will take the gold in the boys 1200 meters. This is all about under 15 action. He goes across the line, stops the clock at 3:53.66 seconds, and was close for second, 3:53.36. 3:53.36 seconds. That is the flash time, but the gold going the way of Kevon James Palmer. 3:53.36, that is the flash time. Let's hope for the official time very soon. So 3:53.36, the official time for Palmer. 3:53.36, Landell second, 3:56.84 seconds. He's from St. Mary, Landell. And Smythe came through for third, 3:58.51 seconds for Smythe of Westmoreland. So the events on the day, we'll run that down for you in a very short while. But we'll have to give you some point standings, updated point standings. And in 11th, no, let's start from 13th. Because Trelawney, they are yet to score. St. Mary, they're in 13th position with 3 points. Hanover, they're in 12th with 7 points. Westmoreland, they're in 11th with 9 points. St. James are in 10th with 11 points. Clarendon, they are 9th with 14 points. St. Andrew, they're also on 14 points. Manchester, they're in 7th on 15 points. St. Anne, they're 6th with 16 points. In 5th, you have St. Thomas with 17 points. St. Catherine, they're 4th with 21 points. Portland, they're 3rd with 25 points. Kingston, they're 2nd with 28 points. And the leaders from yesterday, cruising on today, is St. Elizabeth. They have 42 points under their belts. So St. Elizabeth having 42 points under their belts. And just seeing the calculation though, they've gained points from the women's high jump, men's high jump, women's shot put, men's shot put, ball throw, and the men's ball throw. So the 1200 meters not in it just as yet. So let's see when that is calculated to the points tally. So on the field, you have the ball throw coming up. Then the 4x1 heats on the 9. Girls and boys. Then we have 4x100 for under 11. And under 13. Then under 15, 4x1s. That's heats on the cards this morning. Then we have the 80 meters final coming up about 11:45 this morning. And that's for girls and boys under 9. And then about 11:55, we have the 100 meters final under 11 for girls and boys. And after the 100 meters for under 11, under 13, and under 15, you had the 400 meters finals at 12:45. And then after the 150 meters final at 1:40. And the 200 meters final, 1:45 for under 13, 11, and under 15. And the 800 meters final comes up at 2:50 this afternoon. Then the 4x1 of an invitational preparatory school, 4x1. 4 heats though. And the 4x1 final comes up at 4 o'clock. Then after the 4x1 final at 4 o'clock, then a sprint medley relay at 4:50. Then at 5 o'clock, the final event, the sprint medley relay on the boys' side. We had the qualifiers yesterday. 4x1 on the cards now. Remember, heats coming up. The preliminaries, the final of the 4x1s later this afternoon. But now you have to qualify for the final. Stay connected with Track Alerts TV by clicking that subscribe button and hitting the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment when we go live, and you'll always be the first to know when we post new and exciting content. But that's not all. Folks, show us some love by liking, commenting, and sharing our videos. Join our community of passionate sports enthusiasts, and let's support our favorite athletes together. So what are you waiting for? Click that subscribe button and become a part of the Track Alerts TV family today. It's time to take your love for track and field to the next level with the ultimate athletics experience.
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Keep apace with the latest track and field news from Jamaica, across the Caribbean, and around the world. It's trackalerts.com. There is just no other. Up-to-the-minute details, expert views, reviews, and interviews in photos, videos, and features. Track Alerts on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Track Alerts TV on YouTube. Trackalerts.com. from start to finish.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from tracker to field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com. Welcome back to the National Stadium, the second and final day of the 2023 JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship. The next event on the track, the Under-9 Girls 4x1 Heat number 1. So in lane 2 you have St. Anne, 3 St. Thomas, in 4 St. Anne, 5 Manchester, in 6 St. James, in 7 Hanover, and lane 8 you have Trelawney. Those are the 7 teams in this first heat. So we had 2 heat event. Under-9 girls 4x1. Back in the day they had a shutter relay. That has gone through the window. An event which I did not like. So athletes awaiting the instructions from the starter. Starter not yet on the rostrum. He's having discussions there. So maybe something is amiss. Hopefully. I think they made one mistake yesterday in terms of the stagger for the medley relay, 800 meters medley relay. And the opening stagger they had for a 400 meters, not a 4x1. And the first leg was a 100 meter leg. So the leg was a 100 meter leg. And the stagger was incorrect. They made the adjustments for the next heat. So the starter not happy with something. I don't know what it is. We'll figure that out in a very short while. Now the pistol pointed in the air. Oh, the athlete from Manchester was walking out. She was not in the set position in that yellow shorts in lane 5. However, let's go. So a clean start for the girls on the 9 4x1. Getting out well, Hanover there in lane 7. Also moving well is Trelawney in lane 8 and Manchester in the yellow shorts. And they are in lane 5. So it looks to me like Trelawney handed it over first. But you have to look on the inside where St. Thomas is. They are in lane 3. A yellow flag goes up, though, to be honest. I don't know how hard can you be with these under-9 athletes. Disqualification. St. Thomas handing over first, but on the outside looks like Hanover in lane 7. And moving well is Trelawney in lane 8. And St. Thomas is there, but here comes St. Anne On the inside, they are in lane number 2. A brilliant run from St. Anne. Also, St. Thomas is also in the mix. On the outside, it looks like Trelawney. So, St. Thomas does not hand over the baton. So, it is Trelawney in lane 8 and St. Anne in lane 2. That is the top 2. It is under 9 girls. Heat number 1, 4x1. Trelawney gets it ahead of St. Anne in second. Coming through for third, it looks like St. Mary. And then for fourth is St. Thomas. Young lady ran through without the baton. It was not exchanged. I see the official having a word with her, but the athlete did not get a chance to exchange the baton. The incoming runner to the outgoing runner for that final exchange for St. Thomas. They were right there in the mix, but they did not exchange the baton. But Trelawney, they won 103.38 seconds. St. Anne second, 103.71. And St. Mary third, 105.78. Heat number 2, the girls on the 9, 4x1. St. Andrew in 2, Westmoreland in the 3, St. Catherine in 4, Portland in 5, Clarendon 6, in 7 we have St. Elizabeth, and 8 is Kingston. Second of 2 heats. So athletes on their marks. Not happy just yet, the starter. Now, just looking at the St. Elizabeth athlete in 7. It's the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships under 9 4x1 on the cards. Kingston off and running. They are in lane 8. Looking well on this opening leg. On the inside of Kingston is St. Elizabeth, but Kingston handing over first. St. Elizabeth on the outside, the inside, pardon me. St. Andrew doing well on the backstretch. St. Andrew, they're past Westmoreland, St. Catherine and Portland. St. Andrew, here comes once again. Looks like St. Catherine reeling in St. Andrew. Good baton exchange from St. Andrew on this penultimate leg. St. Andrew is doing well on the outside from St. Elizabeth. Also there, but it's St. Andrew. But here comes the team they call St. Catherine. They are in second at the present time, but for the final exchange, it is all St. Andrew. Oh, brilliant exchange for St. Andrew. It's on the 9 4x1. They're well in front. And then they're followed by St. Catherine in second. And then in third, you have St. Elizabeth. With about 50 meters to go, St. Andrew, they're large and in charge in this heat. They'll take heat 2. The girls on the 9 4x1. 102.47 seconds for St. Andrew. In second, you have St. Catherine. It was close for third. But 102.47 is the flash time. And we see coming through now. Now the great from Clarendon coming through at the back of the pack. It's Clarendon. 102.47 seconds is the flash time. The official time not on the board just as yet. As we await the reading on the board. Now it comes 102.48 for St. Andrew. 102.48. St. Catherine is second. 103.38 seconds. And then in third, it was close for third. 102.48. 103.38 for St. Catherine. I like the baton exchanges from St. Andrew and St. Catherine. St. Elizabeth finished third, 105.69 seconds. In third, in fourth, you have Portland, 105.92. That is the top 4. But just the winner gains an automatic spot in the final and the 6th best times right after. So the winner of the 2 heats gain automatic spot and the 6th best times that follows after. Next event on the track is a 4x1 as on the 9 boys. We saw on the 9 girls. It's time for the boys coming up. So 2 heats on the boys side as we saw for the girls. In lane 3 is Hanover, or 2 is Hanover, pardon me. Lane 3, St. Elizabeth. Lane 4, St. Andrew. Lane 5, Clarendon. Lane 6, Westmoreland. Lane 7 is Manchester, and lane 8 you have St. Catherine. Those are the 7 teams out for the first of 2 heats. In the boys on the 9 4x1, we saw some classical relay exchanges on the girls' side. It's going to continue on the boys' side. I was impressed with what I saw, especially on that third leg for the penultimate exchange. The runner collected the baton, moved out well, and collected it smooth. So again, we see the athletes just awaiting the instructions from the starter, coming off his rostrum though, and looking on, and just checking to see if point standing have been updated just yet. Yes, it has been updated. So we give the point standings as we see it. Hanover in 13th on 7 points. St. Mary, they're 12th on 10 points. St. James, 11th on 11 points. Clarendon, they're 10th with 17 points. Also with 17 is St. Thomas. St. Andrew, they have 18 points in 8th position. St. Anne in 7th, they have 19 points. Westmoreland in 6th, having 21 points. St. Catherine in 5th, 27 points under their belts. Also with 27 is Manchester. Kingston, they are 3rd with 28 points. Portland, they're second with 33 points. And the top teams, St. Elizabeth, they have 61 points under their belts. So great from St. Elizabeth with the 1,200 meters calculated for boys and girls under 15. And gaining some valuable points right there. As we wait the start for the under 9 4x1. This is the first of 2 heats on the boys' side. Hanover 2, St. Elizabeth in 3, St. Andrew in 4. They're in the green shorts. In 5, in the orange shorts, you have Clarendon. In 6, you have Westmoreland. In 7, Manchester. And in lane 8, St. Catherine. 7 teams on the cards. Sometimes officials have to make sure everything is correct with these youngsters on the 9. You want them to do the right thing though. Box number 3. I'm looking over the box number 3. Making sure everything is okay right there. And make sure everyone is in the correct lane. And the announcer, Celia French, just announcing, making sure that everyone in respective boxes have their coordinates right. Color code is order of the day for the respective parishes. That is order of the day. So after the 4x1s will be non-stop final. All the preliminaries on the second and final day. 80 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters. Medley in terms of on the track. Athletes on their marks. Athlete from Hanover, a little nervous. As I said, he almost ran, had to restrain himself. So the officials will do it all over. It's a clean start for heat number 1. The boys on the 9, 4x1 getting out well. Manchester, they are in lane 7 and they've gone past St. Catherine on their outside. Brilliant run from Manchester. On the inside, you have St. Andrew. Great run also from St. Andrew. Not the greatest batting exchange at all. But Manchester in that yellow shorts are way out in front. And right beside them or behind them, you have St. Andrew gaining somewhat on this second leg for this penultimate exchange. Manchester first, St. Andrew on the inside. But St. Andrew, they have made a move and still making that move because they've moved and going into the lead ahead of Manchester. So it is St. Andrew coming around the bend for the final exchange. They'll hand over the baton in the top spot. It is boys on the 9, 4x1. This is heat 1. Not the greatest exchange for Manchester, but a better exchange for St. Andrew. They're way out in front, qualify automatically for the final. It will be Manchester, St. Elizabeth on the inside, Manchester on the outside. It will be Manchester finishing in second, but St. Andrew, then Manchester, then St. Elizabeth, and followed on the outside. It looks to be St. Catherine in fourth. 59.78 seconds. That is the flash time for St. Andrew. Coming through on top in that first of 2 heats in the boys under 9, 4x1. 58.79 seconds for St. Andrew. 102.63 for Manchester in second, and St. Elizabeth in third, 102.72 seconds. So heat number 2, the next event on the track, on the boys' side, on the 9, 4x1. Just witnessed 3 heats, 2 on the girls' side, 1 on the boys' side. 1 more to close out the boys on the 9, 4x1. So heat number 2 coming up. On the 9 boys, 4x1. In 2, you have St. Thomas. In 3, Trelawney. In 4, you have Portland. In 5, Kingston. In 6, St. James. St. Anne in 7, and St. Mary in lane 8.
I see 2 many persons on the cycle track. Please go to the nearest area. There are too many persons on the cycle track.
Athletes once again on their marks. Heat 2, boys on the 9, 4x1. Clean start, great start this for St. Anne. They are in 7 hole. And they call them back a recall. I don't know what happened there. Could not see if someone actually false started. I know the athlete in lane 2 did not start. That's from St. Thomas. Don't know if he didn't hear. But the official going over to have a word with him. All other competitors, they left. Except him. So athletes once again in the set position. God has set them away. Great start it is from St. Anne. They are in lane 7. They've gained somewhat on St. Mary on their outside. But St. Anne with a blistering opening leg, handing over the baton in the top position. It is St. Anne, the Garden Parish, coming to life in this boys on the 9, 4x1. They're cheering them on. Trelawney also in the mix. Also there is Portland. But it is St. Anne. No, it looks to be Portland having a slight advantage. Portland, did I say slight? They're not gone in front. Portland ahead of St. Anne on the outside. They are in lane 4. They will hand over the baton in the number 1 position. Portland coming around, and yes, they do. On the inside, looks to be St. Thomas trying to make a run, but Portland, it's all about the eastern end of the island. Here comes St. Thomas on the inside. Portland in the middle of the track. They are in front, but St. Thomas on the inside is gaining with the supporters on their feet cheering, and it's going to be Portland followed by St. Thomas, and then Kingston is third, 102.70 seconds. This for Portland, and St. Thomas finishes in second. Kingston is third. It's all the east. That was the heat that holds the east. 102.70 seconds. That is the flash time. Let me see the official time for Portland. 102.70 is the official time for Portland. St. Thomas is second, 102.79. And in third is Kingston, 103.46 seconds. So under 11 girls, 4x1. This is heat 1 of 2. St. Catherine, they're in lane 2. Hanover in 3. In 4, you have St. Mary. In 5, St. Anne. In 6, Westmoreland. In 7, Kingston. And in 8, you have St. Elizabeth. So we're getting things ready for the first heat on the 11 girls 4x1. A reminder of the lane assignments. So St. Catherine in 2, Hanover in 3, St. Mary in 4, St. 5, St. Anne, lane 6, Westmoreland, lane 7, Kingston, and lane 8, St. Elizabeth. So remember, it's a color code. St. Catherine in the red shorts, Hanover in the purple shorts, St. Mary in the brown shorts, St. Anne light blue, Westmoreland maroon, Kingston black, and St. Elizabeth they're in the light purple. Athletes on their marks. It's a clean start for the girls. This is on the 11 4x1. Getting out well is St. Elizabeth. On the inside is Kingston. The inside of Kingston is Westmoreland. But Kingston has gained on St. Elizabeth on this opening leg. And Kingston handing over the baton in the top position. But St. Elizabeth with an excellent baton change. They're gone back in the lead on this second leg and extending their lead over Kingston, who settles in second. Trying to make a move on the inside in that red shorts is St. Catherine. But St. Elizabeth, a good exchange once again. And they're way out in front in lane 8. So St. Elizabeth with a commanding lead trying to come through on the inside is Kingston, but is St. Elizabeth not the greatest exchange for the final exchange in this girls on the 11 4x1. They have a major lead cruising home, but here comes Kingston on the inside. Also moving well is St. Anne, who was slipped into that second position. So it's all about St. Anne in second, but no one can stop St. Elizabeth. St. Anne second, Kingston third, and coming through is Hanover fourth. And then you have St. Catherine, 57.64 seconds. That was St. Mary fourth, pardon me, not Hanover and St. Catherine. 57.64 seconds is the flash time. This for St. Elizabeth, and 57.61 for St. Elizabeth, and St. Anne is second, 59.08 seconds for St. Anne, and Kingston in third, 59.21. Kingston in that third position, 59.21. St. Mary fourth, 59.68 seconds. That is a top four, but a reminder though, only the winner gains an automatic spot in the final and next 6 best times. 2 heats on the cards. Heat number 2 on the cards. St. Thomas in 2, Portland in 3, Clarendon in 4, St. Andrew in 5, Trelawney in 6, Manchester in 7, and St. James in lane 8. This is heat number 2. Girls on the 11 4x1. The boys are next. 2 heats when it comes to the 4x1s. Only preliminaries on the second and final day on the 38th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. So recall. I think the athlete in 3. That's Portland. Failed to hear or failed to move after the gun was fired.
Stand up, lane two. Lane two, stand up, St. Thomas.
The gun has sent them away for the start of the girls on the 11 4x1. Getting out well is Manchester. They are in lane 7 in the yellow shorts. And so too moving well on the inside is St. Andrew. Manchester handing over the baton in the top position with a brilliant exchange from St. Andrew. On the outside of St. Andrew is Trelawney. And Trelawney has moving well on the back stretch. Trelawney has sneaked into that second position. So Trelawney handing over the baton right behind Manchester. But now St. Andrew, they've gone ahead of Trelawney on this penultimate leg. Manchester on the outside, St. Andrew on the inside in that green shorts. It's St. Andrew that will hand over the baton in the top position. Manchester, they're right behind. Good exchange for St. Andrew, being urged on, being cheered on by her teammate, St. Andrew. But coming again is Trelawney. They're not out of it just yet. But St. Andrew, but here comes Trelawney. They move from third. They've gone into second. They're trying to pass Manchester. They have for second. But it's St. Andrew, then Trelawney, then Manchester. And maybe Clarendon coming through for fourth. 58.09 seconds. That is the flash time. This is heat number 1. 58.11 seconds for St. Andrew. Trelawney in second. 58.27. Manchester in third. 58.42 in third. St. James finishes fourth. 1 minute 00.75 and Clarendon fifth. That is the top 5 in heat number 2. Girls on the 11 4x1. So the first heat in the boys on the 11 4x1. St. Mary in 2. St. Elizabeth in 3. In 4 you have Portland. In 5 St. Thomas, the blue shorts in 6. St. Catherine in the red shorts. Westmoreland in the maroon shorts in 7. And in lane 8 from the Garden Parish it's St. Anne in the light blue shorts. So dark blue for St. Thomas, light blue for St. Anne. Athletes being asked to go on their marks. First heat of 2 on the 11 boys 4x1. So a clean start this. A brilliant start. You look out in lane 8. It is a St. Anne. And they hand over the bat in the top position. St. Anne trying to move well also is St. Catherine. On the outside, but motoring is St. Elizabeth. Wow, look at them go. They are in lane 3. St. Elizabeth. What a run on the backstretch from them. On the outside is a St. Catherine. On the inside is St. Elizabeth. That is the top 2. In this heat, the boys on the 11 4x1. Now St. Elizabeth in the light purple shorts, handing over the bat. They are in lane 2. So, St. Elizabeth, and then alongside St. Catherine, that is the top 2. But the team called St. Elizabeth, they have the lead over St. Catherine. This boys on the 11 4x1, 56.09 seconds for St. Elizabeth. In second, you have St. Catherine, and it was close for third. The flash time, 56.09 seconds. All about the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. This is the 38th edition. 55.08 seconds, 56.08 seconds for St. Elizabeth. And St. Catherine second, 56.14. And Portland third, 56.82 seconds. First, second, and third. That's heat 1 in the boys on the 11. This is 4x1. Second heat coming up on the cards on this glorious, sunny, and beautiful day. So it's the second heat coming up. Heat number 2, 4x1. The boys side on the girls earlier on. Completion of the under 9. So the next event to showcase Manchester in lane 2. Trelawney, they are in lane 3. St. Andrew in 4. In 5 is St. James, full white for St. James. Clarendon in that orange shorts. They are in 6. Kingston in that black shorts in 7. And in lane 8 you have Hanover in that deep purple shorts. So those are the 7 competitors. The second heat under 11 boys 4x1. The next event on the track will be the girls under 13 4x1 and the boys under 13 4x1. 2 heats on the cards, respective age group divisions. And the official just setting the blocks for the athletes in 4 from St. Andrew. Not all the athletes want the blocks to be utilized. We see lane 3, Trelawney and St. Andrew. Those are the 2 teams that are utilizing the blocks in this boys under 11 4x1. Athletes on their marks. In the set position, Gunn has sent them away. Great start for St. Andrew. And moving away, this from Trelawney, who are in lane 3. Brilliant run from St. Andrew. They've gained on St. James. Oh, what a run from St. Andrew on this opening leg, but on the outside, moving well also is Hanover and Kingston. But you have to look there on St. Andrew. But gaining on the inside is Manchester. They are in lane 2 in that yellow shorts. Manchester gaining somewhat. They're falling behind. But St. Andrew hands over the baton. Not the greatest exchange. And then on the inside, Manchester coming again on this penultimate leg. They're swooping around the bend in that yellow shorts ahead of St. Andrew's green shorts. It will be Manchester hand over the baton in the top position. And St. Andrew is following in second. And then Kingston third. That is the top 3. But it's all about Manchester. They're cruising home in this heat. The boys 4x1. Manchester. And then is St. Andrew coming through for second. And Trelawney finishes in third. St. James in fourth. 55.35 seconds. The winning time for Manchester. St. Andrew is second. And Trelawney is in third. Manchester's official time, 55.38 seconds. St. Andrew is second, 56.87 seconds. And Trelawney is third, 57.97 seconds. That is the boys 4x1. That is under 11. Next event on the track, the girls 4x1. They're not out just yet on the track. No, they're coming out under 13. 4x1, first heat coming up. It shows Kingston in lane 1, lane 2, pardon me. Lane 1 not being utilized. 14 teams on the cards. St. Catherine in 3, St. Andrew in 4, St. Mary in 5, Hanover in 6, Clarendon in 7, and St. Catherine is in lane 8. So the Kingston should be lane 2. The athlete from Kingston is having a word with the officials on the cards. This is all about the Sagicor, JTA, or JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, the 38th staging. Sagicor has been involved for many, many years. And certainly the athletes just checking their respective blocks being utilized for Kingston in lane 2. St. Catherine. As I'm looking though on the shots though, in lane 2, in lane 3 actually, the athlete in lane 3 is not wearing the red shorts as she should to separate St. Catherine. She should be in the red shorts, but she's not in the red shorts. She's not wearing the gear that's provided for St. Catherine. I was looking on her though because I was surprised somewhat. I had to look around respective boxes 1, 2, and 3. And yes, St. Catherine, they are in lane 3, but what we're seeing here, oh no, she's taking it off. So it was like a tights or a shorts over the other shorts. So now she's wearing the right gear to represent her parish. So I think we're ready now. Kingston, St. Catherine, and St. Andrew utilizing the blocks. This is the first heat under 13 girls, 4x1. First heat on the cards.
Squad, are you ready?
So I'm asking box 1 if they're ready. The yellow flag being shown, so something is not correct over by that side. I'm hoping that the athletes are okay. Well, I'm counting 6 athletes though, not 7. I'm going to see if one athlete is missing. There's an athlete that is walking across the field. I don't know if she's supposed to be a part of that second leg. I think she is. I think she's from Kingston. So she should be in lane 2, but she's just taking her time to walk. So it's a Kingston athlete in lane 2. That's running the second leg. That's holding up the race. So she was walking, taking her sweet time from the McDonald Tunnel side, walking across the field. And then now they've placed her on the track. So she will be in lane 2 as Kingston. And she's now taking her mark. So everyone, in terms of the starters, the officials, the announcers, the spectators, we're waiting on one individual who took their sweet time to actually go to her position. So it seems like we're ready right now. The white flag being raised over by box 1. White flag being raised by box 2. And the box 3, the white flag was raised also there. So I think we're ready to get going. Get cracking, you may say. And you may ask what our box is, though. Just exchange zones, that's the name that represents them. Officials there will have a flag to make sure that the baton is exchanged in that box or in the zone. The gun has set them away. This is the first of 2 heats. The girls under 13, 4x1, getting out well is St. Elizabeth in lane 8. On the inside is Clarendon, but St. Andrew moving well. They've gone past St. Mary. Brilliant exchange for St. Andrew. St. Elizabeth over in lane 8, but St. Andrew in that green shorts is motoring on the back stretch. St. Andrew, they've built up a commanding lead for this penultimate exchange. The exchange is now made. Brilliantly done. St. Andrew, they're cruising around the bend. Oh, what a performance so far from St. Andrew for the final exchange. I have to go on my feet. Excellent running for these young ladies under 13. Brilliant exchange for St. Andrew. They're leading by about 9 or 10 meters. You have Kingston in second, and then in third, we'll tell you St. Catherine. But St. Andrew, what a performance from them as they go across the line. Stop the clock, 50.69 seconds. Second is Kingston, and third is St. Catherine. Coming through for fourth, it was close between Hanover and Clarendon, but 50.69 seconds. This brilliantly done by St. Andrew. The official time not on the board just yet. Now it comes 50.68 seconds for St. Andrew. Kingston is second in 53.54, and in third you have St. Catherine, and St. Catherine time is 54.18 seconds. So that is the first heat on the cards, and the second heat coming up. Second heat coming up. It's a good execution there by St. Andrew. Under 13 girls, 4x1. So in lane 2, you have St. Anne. In lane 3, Portland. In 4, Westmoreland. In 5, Manchester. In 6, you have St. Thomas. In 7, St. James. And in lane 8 is Trelawney. Athletes seem like they're ready. Light breeze blowing over the ground here at the National Stadium. Not heavy as we witnessed yesterday. It's extremely windy yesterday. If that's the case. As we're getting ready for the second heat of 2, the girls under 13, 4x1. Right after will be the boys under 13, 4x1. So the officials just check in the respective blocks as we see. It looks like Portland in lane 3 that utilizing the blocks, the only athlete I've seen so far. And also in lane 6, St. Thomas. Athletes are standing, awaiting the instructions from the starter, who's on the rostrum. Heat 2 of the girls under 13, 4x1. Preliminaries, the winner, Gail, goes through automatically to the final. It's a clean start, gets the up well is Manchester. On the outside of Manchester is St. Thomas. St. Thomas have gained of St. James and passing St. James. Oh, what a run from St. Thomas on this opening leg. The exchange not the greatest at all, but still St. Thomas out in front. On the outside of St. Thomas, like Trelawney, that is the top two. Moving well on the inside. It looks to me like Portland is also wanting to stake the claim. Westmoreland is also there, but going well. Way out in front is St. Thomas. What a run from them. They are in lane 6, cruising around the bend in that blue shorts. It is St. Thomas. What a run in this girls on 13, 4x1. Westmoreland there in second, but St. Thomas, they have that cheering party inside of the stadium, inside of the grandstand. But here comes Westmoreland. Westmoreland and St. Thomas with 40 meters to go. Westmoreland, they're gaining. Westmoreland, they're gone in front. It's Westmoreland ahead of St. Thomas. Westmoreland gets it ahead of St. Thomas. This is heat number 2. And in third should be Portland. 53.16 seconds is the flash time. Westmoreland have gotten it, I thought, by winning heat 2 over St. Thomas. Yes, they got it. 53.15 for Westmoreland. St. Thomas is second, 53.28 seconds. And in third should be Portland, 54.27. A reminder, only the winner advances through to the final. So the boys will take center stage now. Under 13 boys, we had the girls a short while ago. Now it's time for the boys. Heat number 1 coming up, 4x1. Kingston in lane 2. In 3, St. Elizabeth. In 4, you have Westmoreland. In 5, Portland. In 6, St. Mary. And 7, St. Catherine. Lane 8, you have Clarendon. Kingston, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Portland, St. Mary, St. Catherine, and Clarendon. Athletes been asked to stand. Just having a word with Westmoreland athletes in lane 4. So it's a clean start for the boys on the 13, 4x1. This is heat 1. And getting out well. Looks to me like St. Mary. St. Mary has gained on St. Catherine on their outside. St. Mary, not the greatest spots from St. Mary though, to be honest. But Westmoreland now making a move on the backstretch. So too St. Catherine. St. Catherine, they've gained on Clarendon. They are in lane 7. St. Catherine in 7. They're past Clarendon on the outside. Good exchange for St. Catherine. They may be labeled as the favorites in this boys under 13. On this third leg, the team in the red shorts, St. Catherine, they're certainly demonstrating that they are the best in this field. It is St. Catherine all alone. They are home in this boys on the 13, 4x1. On the inside, it looks like Henkewood of Kingston. On the outside is St. Catherine. So it is Henkewood from Kingston trying to gain that number 1 spot. However, St. Catherine on the outside, then Kingston on the inside. 50.99 seconds is the flash time for St. Catherine. Kingston finishes in second. And let me see the official time for the St. Catherine unit. 51.00 seconds, the official time for St. Catherine. And Kingston second, 51.46 for second. And St. Elizabeth third, 52.36 seconds. Heat number 2 on the cards. Under 13 boys, 4x1. Trelawney in 2. Hanover in 3. St. Anne 4. St. Andrew 5. St. Thomas 6. Manchester 7. And St. James in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. Gunn has sent them off for the boys. 4x1 under 13. Heat number 2. St. Andrew gets out well. They're closing down. St. Thomas on their outside. Did I say close down? Well, they'll rush them aside. St. Andrew moving well on the backstretch. So too it is Manchester and St. James who are in lane 8. Now Manchester is moving away from St. Andrew, who looked brilliant on that opening leg. It is now St. James, Manchester and St. Andrew on the inside. Oh, Manchester, they've dropped the baton. They're falling back. But you have to talk about St. Andrew in that green shorts swooping around the bend for the final exchange. It's St. Andrew all alone on the outside. It is St. James also there. It is St. Thomas, but St. Andrew followed by St. Thomas second. On the inside, it looks like Trelawney, but they cruise on 49.88 seconds. They mean business. They mean business. Oh my word, 49.88 seconds for St. Andrew. A better time from St. Catherine, 49.90, but they advance through to the final automatically, whereby winning that heat. But what a time they've put down, 49.90. St. Thomas is second, 51.91, and Manchester third, 52.12 seconds. So the first of 2 heats in the girls under 15, 4x1. In lane 2, you have St. Elizabeth. In 3, Manchester. In 4, St. Mary. In 5, Hanover. In 6, St. Catherine. In 7, St. Andrew. And in 8, St. Anne. So those are the competitors we have. So heat 1 on the cards on the 15 girls. 4x1. On the outside, St. Anne. On the inside of St. Anne is St. Andrew in that green shorts. So St. Andrew doing well. On the inside of St. Andrew, St. Catherine. That's the top three, but you have to look for Manchester on the inside. But it is St. Andrew, shoulder to shoulder with St. Anne on the second leg. On the inside of St. Andrew, it is St. Catherine. But St. Andrew, they're alone on this third leg and extending their lead. But moving into the fixture, it looks like St. Elizabeth and Manchester, they want to tell their story in this girls on the 15 4x1. Manchester on the inside, St. Andrew on the outside. Sir is Manchester with a slight advantage over St. Andrew with 50 meters to go. It is Manchester telling their story, and their story has been told as they've come through to win the heat number 1. The girls on a 15 4x1. 54.21 seconds is the flash time. The official time not on the board just as yet, but Manchester getting the better of St. Andrew in heat number 1. The girls telling their story. 54.21 seconds is the flash time. 54.20 the official time for Manchester. St. Andrew is second, 54.31 seconds, and in third you have St. Catherine, 54.982 seconds. So the second heat on the cards in the girls on the 15, 4x1. Trelawney in lane 2. Lane 3 should have had St. Thomas. They're missing in action. Westmoreland in 4. In 5, Kingston. In 6, St. James. In 7, you have Portland. And in lane 8, have Clarendon. It's Portland. That great shots. Athletes in arcs to go on their marks. Second, a final heat. The girls on the 15, 4x1. It's a clean start for the girls, 4x1 on the 15. Great start for Clarendon in lane 8. But gaining on Clarendon is Portland and St. James, moving away from the rest of the pack. Also there is Westmoreland. So Westmoreland handing over the band first, so to St. James. St. James is there in the full white, but Westmoreland trying to make a mark on the inside. It's Westmoreland in the maroon shorts and handing over the baton in the top position. But St. James also there on their outside. They're flying like the angels that they are because they're full white. It is St. James on the outside and Westmoreland on the inside. That is the top two at the present time. So Westmoreland in lane 4. They have a slight advantage over St. James. It's a battle between the two, but the battle is being told by Westmoreland because they've moved and they've gone past the Angels, St. James, and it's all about Westmoreland. 54.32 seconds. Westmoreland in second. It is St. James, but 54.32 seconds for Westmoreland. And coming through also was Kingston for third. 54.32 is a flash time. And the official time not on the board just as yet, but Westmoreland taking the top spot in heat number 2. Under 15 girls 4x1. 54.34 seconds for Westmoreland. And St. James is second at 54.80. And finishing third was close. Kingston may have gotten third. As we look for the third, yes, they did. 56.09 seconds. First, second, and third. However, only Westmoreland has assured themselves a spot in the final because the winner gains a spot in the finals automatically. Then you have to wait on the bubble for the 6th fastest time after the 2 winners. So it's the boys on the 15 4x1. St. Mary in 2, Kingston in 3, St. Catherine in 4, Westmoreland in 5, in 6 you have St. Thomas, 7 Manchester, and 8 St. Elizabeth. And a clean start for the boys on a 15 4x1. Brilliant start for St. Elizabeth. Also moving well is Westmoreland on the inside of Westmoreland. It is, looks like St. Catherine. So St. Catherine moving well on the back stretch. Wow! This young man for St. Catherine on the back stretch has moved past not 1 but 2 athletes and gained somewhat on Manchester on the outside and St. Elizabeth. So it is St. Catherine on the inside, Manchester on the outside. It's a battle between the two on the third leg. Manchester looking they have the slight advantage, but it's going to be St. Catherine with a better exchange. St. Catherine on the inside, but here comes Manchester on the outside with 60 meters to go. Oh, it's a bullet, and he has gone past St. Catherine. What a brilliant ankle leg from Manchester. They will take it. 49.40 seconds for Manchester over St. Catherine. The boys on the 15 4x1. That is heat 1 in the JTA Sagicor. This is all about the National Athletic Championships, the 2023 edition. So the final heat in the boys under 15, 4x1. St. Anne in 2, St. James in 3, Portland in 4, in 5 you have Clarendon, 6 St. Andrew, in 7 you have Trelawney, and in lane 8 you have Hanover. So St. Andrew doing extremely well. So doing extremely well, it is St. Andrew. And on the back stretch, St. Andrew. Not the greatest exchange though. But on the outside, Hanover also moving well, making their statement. They are in lane 8. Hanover cruising around, coming around the bend. But you have to look on the inside. Also there in lane 4, it is Portland. Portland supporters are on their feet. The East is here, but St. Andrew has taken over from Portland. And also trying to make their move is St. James. St. James have gone by Portland, but it will be St. Andrew, followed by St. James, and then Portland. That is the top 3. 52.71 seconds on the clock. This for St. Andrew, and then St. James is second, and they're followed by Portland. The East is in the house. St. Andrew's time is 52.70 seconds. St. James' time 52.85 seconds. And Portland is third, 53.07. The JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 38th edition. We just saw the completion of all 4x1s. We started with the on the 9 on the boys' side and on the girls' side. Had on the 11 on the boys' side, on the girls' side. And then on the 13, the boys and the girls took center stage. And on the 15, the boys and the girls took center stage. So 4x1 has been completed. So we're going to see the next event on the track. It's going to be interesting though. I'm going to give you an updated in terms of the point standings, a recap on the point standings, because what's up next is the 80 meters. That comes up at, well, should be now. Girls 80 meters final, boys 80 meters final, the next event on the track. So that will tell the tale on the day. So 80 meters final, next event on the track after the 80 meters final, and the 100 meters final. And just to say, the 80 meters final is for the under 9 boys and girls. Then you have the 100 meters finals, and I pluralize it because it will be under 11, under 13, and under 15 for boys and girls. And that should end about 12:20, 12:30 or so. And then at 12:45, we have the 400 meters finals coming up. It's a free admission to enter the National Stadium, so come on down to watch some great talent being born or being bred right here. On the 15, 400 meters on the cards. On the 13, 400 meters. And then after that, the 150 meters on the 9 for boys and girls, and the 200 meters for under 11, under 13, and under 15. Not to forget, right after that, about 250 or so, will be the 800 meters on the cards. So 800 meters on the cards. So a lot of action expected on the track in between.
Hey, do you feel down, alone, or going through a lot right now? You Matter is a 24/7 confidential chatline that supports the mental wellness of young Jamaicans by the Ministry of Health and Wellness and You Report. Messaging us connects you with trained counselors ready to listen and support you. And there's no charge. We know it can be hard to talk sometimes, but we promise this is a safe space. Text us for free with Flow or send a WhatsApp to 876-838-4897. You can also reach us at You Report Jamaica on Facebook Messenger. Remember, mental health matters. You matter.
Stay connected with Track Alerts TV by clicking that subscribe button and hitting the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment when we go live, and you'll always be the first to know when we post new and exciting content. But that's not all. Folks, show us some love by liking, commenting, and sharing our videos. Join our community of passionate sports enthusiasts, and let's support our favorite athletes together. So what are you waiting for? Click that subscribe button and become a part of the Track Alerts TV family today. It's time to take your love for track and field to the next level with the ultimate athletics experience.
Want reach? Advertise with trackalerts.com. More people are becoming satisfied advertisers building their brand online. We know it from start to finish. Trackalerts.com on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Contact us today at info@trackalerts.com or 876-893-4157.
Keep apace with the latest track and field news from Jamaica, across the Caribbean, and around the world. It's trackalerts.com. There is just no other. Up-to-the-minute details, expert views, reviews, and interviews in photos, videos, and features. Track Alerts on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Track Alerts TV on YouTube. Trackalerts.com. From start to finish.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Did you know that 53% of young people have considered taking their life?
As a young person, I understand how hard it is to get support for mental health. 90% of young persons believe that their parents or guardians don't support them with their mental health struggles. But help is here.
To give young people a safe space to talk about their challenges and concerns, right there on their phones.
You Matter connects you to trained counselors who can give you support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, free of charge. The chat line is completely anonymous, and whatever you say will be held confidential.
Text support to 876-838-4897 using SMS, WhatsApp, or Facebook Messenger and start the conversation today. Your feelings matter, you matter.
It's all about the JTA's Sagicor National Athletic Championships. So missing in action though, St. Anne's Davis not there. She qualified with a time of 12.84 seconds. Jada Thompson from St. Andrew in 3 had a time of 12.98 seconds. From St. Catherine, Donnea Rochester had a time of 12.75. In 4, and Kirkpatrick of Kingston, the favorite, had a time of 12.31 seconds. She is in lane 5. Now, Rihanna Edwards of Trelawney had a qualifying time of 12.65 seconds. And Toya Lindsay of St. Andrew in 7, 12.34 seconds was her qualifying time. And Alana Elliott, 12.76 from St. Elizabeth in lane 8. So now we see the young lady Davis of St. Anne, 12.84. She showed up in lane 2. So Davis, I don't know what happened with her though. Thompson in 3 from St. Andrew. We have to look out for Kirkpatrick in 5. And also from St. Andrew, Lindsay in lane 7. A time like 12.34 seconds though. You thought should have gotten a better lane. And 2 fastest advancing through to the final. Kirkpatrick in the black shorts. Lindsay in the green shorts. In lanes 5 and 7 respectively. Athletes on their marks. On 980 meters on the girls' side. Clean start, brilliant start to Miss Edwards of Trelawney gets out well on the inside. Kirkpatrick now takes full control. She is the favourite, the young lady from Kingston, Kirkpatrick. Oh, what a performance from Kirkpatrick. She takes it on the inside. Thompson of St. Andrew was close for second, but 12.20 seconds. This for Kirkpatrick, a faster time than what she did in the preliminaries. 12.20 for Sanjay Kirkpatrick. So 12.20 for Kirkpatrick. And getting the gold, Edwards coming through for second. Edwards of Trelawney, 12.61. And Thompson of St. Andrew, the bronze, 12.61 to 12.62. I told you before it was close. This for the second spot. Boys are next. On the 9 boys final, 80 meters. So Jamar Johnson, St. Anne in 1, 12.25 seconds. Romero Foster in Clarendon in 2, 12.27 seconds was his qualifying time. Dre Green of Manchester in 3, 12.43 seconds. Now Manchester's Jamario Webb, the favorite, overwhelming favorite, 11.75 seconds was his qualifying time. He's in 4th. Now with John Reed of Kingston in 5, 12.23 seconds. In 6 from St. Elizabeth, Deshaun Williams, 12.27. He's from St. Elizabeth. Now, Tayshawn Morrison from St. Andrew in 7. He's from St. Andrew. Had a qualifying time of 11.90 seconds. And Romario Burke of Portland in 8. 12.25 seconds was his qualifying time. 80 meters is the final on the 9 boys. Lane 4, Webb of Manchester. He wants to take it. His teammate is beside him, Green. Both are sporting the yellow shorts. Lanes 3 and 4. We have to concentrate on 4 and also 7. Webb, Manchester looked impressive in qualifying for the final. The gun has set them off. Green of Manchester gets out well, but Webb is moving between the two. It is Webb and Green, the duo from Manchester. Now coming through on the outside with Mercer from St. Andrew. It's a ding-dong battle, and it's going to be Green ahead of Webb and Morrison on the outside from St. Andrew. 1-2 for Manchester. Green and Webb. And Morrison from St. Andrew finishing in 3rd. Green gets it 12.28 seconds. And Webb 12.30, the favorite, earning 12.30 seconds. And 3rd was Morrison from St. Andrew, 12.31. Gold, silver, and bronze in the boys 80 meters. This is the 80 meters final. This is on the 9. So it's now time for the 100 meters on the 11 girls. So Chrisanne Erickson in 1 had a time of 15.12 seconds in qualifying. She's from St. James. In 2, Richards of St. Anne. Kiona is her first name. 15.13 seconds was her qualifying time. Kamoy Brown in 3 from St. Andrew. 15.01 seconds was her qualifying time. Then Janeek Nemhard from Trelawney. She's in 4. Had a qualifying time of 14.86 seconds. Now K. Jane Porter from St. Catherine in lane 5. 14.80 seconds. In 6 from St. Elizabeth, Renika Reid had a qualifying time of 14.78 seconds. Now Christina Gale of Trelawney, 15.02 was her qualifying time. And then from St. Catherine, Aisha Blake, 15.08 seconds was her qualifying time. She is from St. Catherine. So God has set them off for the girls on their level 100 meters. Going well from St. Andrew is Brown, but trying to move through. Now Reid of St. Elizabeth on the inside of Reid is Porter. It's going to be Reid. Reid is right there alongside Nemhard of Trelawney. Wow. And the mix up there in terms of the lanes. Nemhard of Trelawney, she almost finished in lane 5 in St. Catherine's lane. Porter. But Reid gets it of St. Elizabeth. Nemhard is second, 14.39 seconds. She tends to drift a lot, Nemhard. She did it in the preliminaries and did it again in the final, 14.39 seconds. Porter finishing in third. Porter is from St. Catherine. So gold, silver, and bronze in the girls on the 11 100 meters final. So it's now time for the boys on the 11 100 meters. Rajiv Gunnis from St. Catherine in 1 had a time of 14.65 seconds in qualifying for the final. From St. James, Jer White, he's in 2, the time of 14.85 seconds. In 3, Shakon Reid from St. Elizabeth, time of 13.82 seconds. Vernon Simmons, he is in 4, 14.55 seconds was his qualifying time. Andrew Mitchell, 14.57 from Manchester. Now you have Justin Plummer, St. Elizabeth, 14.88 seconds was his qualifying time. Michael Tyson from St. Thomas in 7, 14.63. And Jordan Brissett from St. Andrew in 8, 14.58. Athletes on their marks. You have to look out for Shakon Reid in 3. He is from St. Elizabeth. Gunn has set them off. Reid gets out well. On the outside of Reid is Simmons. But Reid now pulls away. He is the favorite to take the top spot. Neely Sonal. What a good performance from Shakon Reid of St. Elizabeth. Oh my word. Oh, fancy knee lifts. He went across the line. 13.75 seconds for Shakon Reid from St. Elizabeth. I'm impressed with this young man. 13.75 seconds for Reid. He gets the gold. Brissett is second. 14.45 for the silver. Brissett, he is from St. Andrew, and Mitchell is third, 14.46 seconds. Mitchell is from Manchester. But Shakon Reid, brilliant knee lifts, brilliant performance, and certainly a brilliant gold for this young man. Shakon Reid from St. Elizabeth, the gold in the boys on the 11 100 meters. So under 13 girls 100 meters final. Nelson of Kingston in 1, 14.03 seconds was her qualifying time. You have Crawford St. Anne in 2, 13.92. Daling from Westmoreland is in 3, 13.47. Rihanna Scott of St. Andrew, the favorite, 13.26 seconds was her qualifying time. In 5, Janeek Moulton from St. Anne. That's Aniqua Moulton, that is. Qualifying time 13.83, and Daniela Clark from St. Andrew 13.12 seconds. You have to look out for the St. Andrew pair, what they'll do. McDonald, St. Thomas in 7, Salmon of Portland in lane 8. The times 13.78 and 13.74. Gunn has sent them away. Great start for Scott of St. Andrew. Scott of St. Andrew taking full control. And outside is Clark of St. Andrew. But the favorite, Rihanna Scott of St. Andrew, her teammate is second. But Rihanna Scott, 12.92 seconds for Rihanna Scott of St. Andrew, ahead of Daniela Clark of St. Andrew. 1-2 for the St. Andrew duo. Scott, 12.92 seconds. Clark is second, 13.12. And McDonald is third, gaining the bronze, 13.45 seconds from St. Thomas. That is where Matt Donald is from. Gold, silver, and bronze. Boys on the 13 final. So White of Clarendon in 1. Alexander St. Anne in 2. Marcus Reed from St. James in 3. Gibbs of Kingston in 4. Henkerwood of Kingston in 5. You have Brooks of St. Catherine in 6. Wigan of Manchester in 7. Lawson Trelawney in lane 8. This is a cracker. Will it be Reed? Will it be Henkerwood? Will it be Gibbs? And the gun has sent them off. Oh, Henkerwood gets out well, and he's moving on the outside is Wigan of Manchester. But Henkerwood is leading the pack. But the man from Manchester, Wigan, is right there. Wigan has taken over of Henkerwood. Is Henkerwood, and Wigan goes towards the line. It is close. 12.74 seconds. Wigan of Manchester, Henkerwood of Kingston. It was close between the two. Wigan gets it. 12.73 seconds. And Henkerwood is second. Wow, what a race. What a start from Henkerwood. His 12.77 for Henkerwood. He's from Holy Rosary and representing Kingston. And third is Brooks We'll tell you Brooks' time in a very short while. Boys under 13, 100 meters. Brooks, 12.96 seconds. So Wigan of Manchester upsetting the uppercut, qualified 12.87 seconds, running a faster time in the final, 12.73, and Henke with 12.77 seconds. He had a 12.86 seconds clocking in the preliminaries. I don't know who I'm joined beside. I don't know why this is always beside me though, but as a head cook, and yesterday said he may be the head cook and bottle washer, but I know he's not though. To be honest, I know he's not. We have a special guest inside of the national stadium, I should say. I want to say in a special room, but I don't want to say that start. How are you doing, man?
I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Again, another lovely day. Weather is good, a little bit windy, but we're having a fabulous day so far.
I'm glad you said we're having a fabulous day, though, because your compatriot yesterday came in and said whenever this competition is held, there's no rain. He was a meteorologist yesterday, and a little sprinkling happened earlier on yesterday, but not necessarily it went away, and now we have full sunshine.
Indeed. Marvelous weather for track and field, and again, it's not too late to ask our Jamaica to come out. And we have a couple more hours of track and field. Come out and give the youngsters the support.
Now, yesterday you were speaking about district and how difficult it is to gather these athletes here. We see them here in 2 days, but the journey along, though, and I rushed this somewhat, though, because there's a lot of planning, a lot of organization in terms of where they're from, respective parishes, the district, and the sponsorship from your part. But break it down for us. I didn't want to ask you yesterday, but I have time today to ask you, though. I mean, the organization from the respective districts, who handles that? Is it the parish, or is it done, or is it a platform from your...
Okay, what we do at the JTA, again, JTA divides Jamaica into 78 districts. And what we do, we ensure that each district have an executive, a president, and to include a sports coordinator. And then those sports coordinator within the districts, they are supervised somewhat by the parish coordinators. And you see the 14 parishes here, and you will see some coordinators wearing a particular color to represent the parish. Those are the head cook and bucket washers for their parishes. And they are the ones they will come to our national committee meeting.
Under 15 girls, 100 meters final. And they have to look for in lane for the young lady from Westmoreland. That's Godfrey. Godfrey taking full control. Godfrey would win it on the inside. It's Edwards of St. James. But Godfrey coming through to take the gold. 13.72 seconds. Tashana Godfrey of Westmoreland. 13.69 seconds for Godfrey. And Edwards of St. James was right in the mix on the inside. Yes, she gained the silver, 13.82 seconds. And the bronze, we are waiting to see who got the bronze. Wilmot, 13.92 seconds. You were insisting, you were stating about... Let's continue.
Yes, I was just saying that, so what we do, we have a lot of volunteers, members of the JTA, teachers, who give up their time and their expertise to ensure that this work. We would have... When you look at it, it's in excess of 800 primary schools that would be a part of this. If you look, I know that you're in track and field, and you know about Heckle, for example. He was favoured to win, but out of Manchester come Wigan. And that's what we are about. We are about ensuring that the process is such that every nook and cranny, because the high school coaches, you have seen them, they are here, they are ready. They are looking for diamonds in the rough. And it's our job through this meet to provide that medium to ensure that Jamaica, as I said yesterday, will continue to have that conveyor belt of producing sprinters world class.
How is that information to the masses, though, in respective areas? Though? Do you have a runoff, or do you send out flyers?
Again, we have a calendar of events, and it's guided by this event. So we set this event and we work back way. So in the first, when school starts in September, the schools start to ensure that by January, they would have identified their best athletes. Because by late January, early February, the districts will be having their runoff. And then they know that by March, early April, will be the parish runoff. And then come first week of June, second week of June max,
Hold that point there, the under 15 100 meters final. Summers of St. James in 1, Mackenzie Trelawney in 2, Finley from St. Catherine in 3, Lambert Manchester in 4. Finley, the favorite, he is from St. Catherine. He gets out well. Finley is moving away from the rest of the field, moving away this from a man called Price. It is Finley goes across the line, the favorite from St. Catherine. He has not lost a race for the entire season. 12.59 seconds for Finley of St. Catherine. Brilliant performance for this young man. Saw him at the primary champs, and he has continued on that path. 12.61 seconds, Finley. And I think though the 200 meters is his better event than the 100, he will compete in that 200 meters final a little later on. But 12.61 seconds for Finley. Price is second, 12.65, and clearly is third, 12.76 seconds. -3 win. Wow. -3 win. And that's a solid performance running into that headwind.
Indeed. It was a small hurricane, so it's a pretty good time. Yeah, so we depend on, as I was saying earlier, it's a system that we use that works, and we need, again, sponsors to make it happen at this level. And Sagicor Foundation, has been an excellent sponsor. And without them, what we are having on show, it wouldn't be possible.
Well, if it is that I miss, or say for instance you set your date, and we're in the rural, we're in the hills, and you set your date and I miss that date, do I get any more opportunity until the following year if I'm an athlete or if I'm a coach?
What we'll do, we'll encourage the coaches if they have a good athlete. Let's say an athlete had an injury or an athlete was absent for illness or whatever. When we have the parish training, you'll come and we'll facilitate you there. And if you're good enough, you'll be a part of the team.
Only if you're good enough?
Yes, only if you're good enough. Because remember, it's the best 80, the best available 80 that is here.
You have named some athletes. I know my good friend has named some athletes who have gone through in terms of the ranks of graduates of this competition, this championship. When you see these athletes making the money, performing, buying the houses, getting the gold medals, do you feel as a proud father though?
It's a good feeling. Because again, we are about brand Jamaica and about changing lives, trying to help persons who are blessed by God to find what they were created to do. And so when you have this type of medium and you facilitate that and you look down the line and see them, yeah, you feel good. You feel good.
Must have said, well, me first team, Yeah. I was the one who bring that in. Yeah, man. But I'm saying though, now improvements. I asked one specific individual from Sagicor yesterday in terms of improvement, and I'm going to ask you, in terms of improvement, how can improve the structure for you to find more diamonds in the rough, for you to go deeper in the rural areas?
I think funding at the grassroots level will help. I think our sponsors have been very good, but maybe we need to include them at the embryonic stage of the. I think I've heard from them that they will want to be a part of that, because again, most of the schools, especially the smaller schools, are here today. Because we recognize that some of these schools that have less than 150 students, there's normally 1 or 2 diamonds there. Yes, and so we know where to look for the minerals. Yeah, we know where to look. And that's why even the example sometimes we give, you'll realize that we see them, we see the end product. And I would have used Oblique, for example, yesterday, because when you look at where his school is located, that's in Jamaica we call that what? Deep rural, and yet, so when we see persons, when we look at Sharika from up in the Dry Harbor Mountains, from her school, representing St. Anne a couple of years ago, and look at her now, so. When we look around, and we have older persons well, who are still giving back to track and field. People like Marvin Anderson, who is now a manager of athletes and an agent. He would have come through the system also. So as I said, it's easier to mention those who have not been so blessed to have come through, whether it be Blue Cross or Sagicor, and it's always room for improvement. I think we need to do better at how we publicize to get the support from wider Jamaica, and I think there are some other things that we can do. Having world class, for example, on board now, and track alert, and class with us is showing that we are growing. We are growing,
They said one thing though in the nook and cranny, and it takes cash to care, and not only about caring, it's about developing. And when you see our major talents, they're not necessarily from the homes in Kingston, not necessarily from the homes on the hills in St. Andrew. They're deep rooted somewhere. And I mean, for me, it's like this, and districts keeping those are the ones that bring them out. And you must get excited and say, boy, we need to go even deeper. You need to go even deeper. And it takes funding.
Indeed.
And the fact now, Colin, I hear you speak to Colin Spence, but the fact now is that as the organizer of the entire meet, 2 days as it was being held, used to be 1 day. Now it's 2 days. How do you structure the respective event to say, okay, I don't want athlete to be burnt out, I don't want athlete to be tired?
Yeah, what we do, we look at, and that's why even before they reach here, the rules that we have, we ensure that our athletes don't do more than 2 individual events. 2. And if
it's on the track, but in the field,
they can do 2 track event and 1 field. But if you look, for example, even this morning with the finals of the 1200 meter, we know that some of the parishes may double an athlete. So if you look at how we space them, so we have them running the 1200 early this morning and the 800 almost at the end of the meet. So we are conscious of that, and we know our job is not to have them reach perfection at this stage. It's just really to help the coaches at the higher level to see the talent. So we don't want them to self-actualize at this stage, because any athlete that we have that is a finished product at this age normally don't redound to the benefit of the country. Yeah, we know that. So we understand most of the athletes here who are coming from some of the more rural of places, they are just raw talent. Boy just can run fast, boy have stamina, every day run go to shop. You understand me? So when a coach gets an athlete like that, you normally see them by they reach class 1, they're ready. And people will say, look at all the persons who were doing well before Seville came on the scene. At champs, they were winning class 3. We are there now. So we understand the process, and we are happy for this meet and our sponsors.
Colin Spence, liaison officer. That's not such an official term, but man run the beat. Man does run the beat. Thank you very much for speaking to us, though. We'll talk again.
Yeah, man, always a pleasure to be in class. Blessings.
Oh, they had Colin Spence. So So the next event on the track is the girls 400 meters under 13. This is the final. McDonald of St. James in 1. Coombs of St. Catherine in 2. Morris of St. Elizabeth in 3. And 4 you have Chantel Morris in 3, Goubet of St. Andrew in 4. In 5 you have Jada Adams from Kingston. In 6, Puria from St. Andrew. In 7, Alves of St. Catherine. And Brown of St. Elizabeth is in lane 8. And we know that the St. Elizabeth team, they're just hanging on and hoping for the best. Athletes on their marks. Goubet of St. Andrew looked impressive in the preliminaries. She is in lane 4. So the young lady out in front, Puria of St. Andrew, has a slight advantage. On the inside, you have Adler from Kingston and Goubet of St. Andrew. So moving well, St. Catherine Alves out in front. Moving well on the inside from St. Elizabeth is Morris. Morris tried to sneak through on the outside of Morris. If Goubet of St. Andrew. Now sneaking around, coming around in lane 3. Is Morris of St. Elizabeth having a slight advantage. The yellow flag goes up. Morris and Goubet, they're bunched together. Here comes Goubet, leaving Morris behind. So Goubet going in front. She is from St. Andrew, and she's leading the young lady named Morris from St. Elizabeth in second. On the outside, coming through, looks like Alves, and also Brown gaining the 3rd spot for St. Elizabeth. What's so important, what's so intriguing is that St. Elizabeth, they garnered 2nd and 3rd. The points rolling in. Yes, Goubet of St. Andrew got the gold, 102.32 seconds, but what was important for St. Elizabeth is Morris got the silver and Brown got the bronze. Goubet's time is 102.40 seconds. In second is Morris, 104.14. And in third should be Brown. Brown, I thought, came through for third on the outside. Like a runaway train, you may say. It's not there on the board just yet. Yes, it now comes. The bronze to Brown, 104.22 seconds. So second and third for St. Elizabeth. And they should be all smiles, so although not winning, but claiming points. Very, very important. And you're joined by Andre James, the sports coordinator for St. Elizabeth. A special good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
How you doing, man? You looked nervous a while ago, man. The 400 meter run, you run out of the room, run gone. Leave us. I thought you were going to run down to the track.
No, not at all. You see, when I know my athletes are doing well, I like to get a first-hand view of it and cheer them on. And knowing me, they will hear my voice from anywhere.
You're leading in the points category at the present time, though, to be honest. And I'm going to look back on the points tally because it was close, very close earlier on. And 107 now to 83 after that race. So say you give you a sigh of relief because it was 91 a while ago.
Well, we have a plan, and we are executing according to plan. So we know the points will continue to roll in over the course of the day. So I'm not too worried. The competition will be coming in from all angles, and the points will be shared among those chasing, and we will be picking up points along the way. So they are playing catch up while we are running away.
So you had a plan coming in, and you and your team had a plan coming in. So can you just tell us the plan that you had? You don't want to just leave it wide out in the home. Tell us the plan, man.
All right, the plan is get our athletes prepared, put them in specific events, work on our relay teams where we can score big points, and things are going according to that plan.
Well, you're planning, man. You're planning non-stop. Don't leave us yet. Don't leave us yet. After this race, you can't leave us. The opening ceremony is coming up. And the next event on the track, we have the girls under 13, 400 meters. No time for the boys. Under 13, 400 meters. Bagaloo from St. Andrew in 1 at a time of 103.03 seconds. Francis of St. Elizabeth, he's in 2. A time 103.64. Simmons of St. Catherine in 3. 103.24 though in 4. There from St. Catherine is Thomas, 100.30. St. Andrews Hudson, he's in 5, 100.69 seconds. From St. Anne is Minot in 6:100.60. He looked impressive in qualifying. Morgan of Manchester in 7:102.24. And from Westmoreland, you have Evans. He is in 8. Let's see, he had a time of 102.68. In the set position, Gunn has set them away. You have to look for Minot of St. Anne. He's walking out, but Evans is moving well. No, Minot has made his move. He has gone past Morgan of Manchester, set as well in the middle of the pack. This from St. Catherine is Thomas. Thomas has gained on Hudson of St. Andrew. He's in that red short, Thomas of St. Catherine. And alongside him is Hudson of St. Andrew. That is the top 2. Also, you have to look out for the man from St. Anne, Minot. That is the top 3 coming around with 150 meters to go. St. Catherine's Thomas having a slight advantage. On its outside is Hudson of St. Andrew. On Hudson's outside is Minot of St. Anne. That is the top 3. We spoke to you about Minot of St. Anne. How impressive he looked in the preliminaries. He has taken control with 50 meters to go. The legs of the man from St. Anne, the Garden Parish, coming to life. Alongside with him going is St. Catherine's Thomas. And it's going to be Minot of St. Anne ahead of Thomas of St. Catherine, and certainly 58.29 seconds in this event. 58.29 for Minot of St. Anne. We told you before how impressive he looked in the preliminaries. 58.32 seconds is the official time for Minot, the gold. Thomas is second from St. Catherine, 58.77 seconds, and in third the bronze will go to Morgan, 59.52 seconds. Morgan is from Manchester. Now, you know your heart was racing a short while ago, my good friend. We're speaking to Andre James, a sports coordinator of St. Elizabeth. People saying that you are the favorites to win. People saying that you're going to win. Some people say that you're not going to win. What could you tell your detractors on the day that you're not going to win?
Well, the performance of our team speaks for itself. So at the end of the day, the trophy will be going straight to St. Elizabeth.
And if it doesn't go to St. Elizabeth, suppose it's not for Manchester and not going to further?
No, it won't. Manchester, they are putting up some fight, but we will prevail.
A pretty confident sports coordinator, though. Who would you look to say, all right, this is the talent or this is the individual I expect majority of my points to come from?
All right, well, I'm not going to pick out a specific person, but I will say the event, our 800 meters and our relays, those are where we will be getting most of our points from for the remainder of the event, the competition here.
All right, Andre, not keeping it any further, not keeping it any longer. Thank you very much for speaking to us so you can go down to your troops, because I know feel your heart, though, because I know you're still nervous.
Not at all. With their performance, it's just excitement, and thanks for having me.
I probably just heard from Andre James, sports coordinator St. Elizabeth. They're getting ready now for the under 15 girls. This is the 400 meters on the cards. We just had the under 13s a short while ago. It's now time for the girls under 15s. Watkins from Portland in 1. Foster of St. Elizabeth. She's in 2, had a time of 1:11.11 seconds in qualifying. You have Thomas of Manchester in 3, 1:07.23. Malcolm of Manchester in 4, had a time of 1:09.72 seconds. Here from St. Elizabeth is Lennon, 1:05.73. And Robinson of Westmoreland in 6, 1:06.91. Bowers of St. Thomas in 7, 1:09.57. And from Portland is Johnson. The time of 1:09.96 seconds was her qualified time to the final. Well, guess what? Bowers of St. Thomas is missing in action. Did not face the starter. You have to look for Lennon in lane 5. She may be labeled as a favorite. She's from St. Elizabeth. Gunn has set them away. On the outside of Lennon is Robinson of Westmoreland. And Robinson of Westmoreland has gone past Johnson in lane 8. So Robinson in lane 6 in the maroon shorts. They look pretty well. On the inside of Robinson is Lennon of St. Elizabeth. On the inside of Lennon is a duo from Manchester, Thomas and Malcolm. That is the top 4 at the present time. But Robinson of Westmoreland hitting the 200 meters mark based on the stagger, having a slight advantage. On the inside of Robinson is Lennon of St. Elizabeth. just waiting to make her move with 150 meters to go. Still Robinson of Westmoreland, but here comes Lennon of St. Elizabeth. Now sneaking through on the inside is Thomas of Manchester. That is the top three. Thomas of Manchester trying to make her move, but the young lady from Westmoreland is holding off the pack with about 60 meters to go. She has a little left in her tank, and she's exercising it right now. It's a Westmoreland athlete. Robinson will take the gold in the girls under 15 for 100 meters. Coming through for the silver is Thomas, and getting the bronze is the young lady Lennon from St. Elizabeth. Robinson gets the gold, Thomas the silver, and Lennon the bronze. 103.13 seconds is the flash time, and the gold will go to Robinson of Westmoreland in the girls under 15 for 100 meters. Still the flash time is 103.13. The official time not on the board just as yet. 103.13 seconds is the flash time, and we're just awaiting the official results on the board. But I can tell you though that Robinson got the gold, Thomas from Manchester the silver, and Lennon coming through the bronze. Well, they're giving it to Thomas though. They've given it to Thomas. Robinson got it. No, they've changed it to Robinson. Robinson 103.15 seconds. Thomas the silver 104.68 seconds, and the bronze going the way of Lennon of St. Elizabeth. 105.38 the bronze. Gold, silver, and bronze in the girls under 15 for 100 meters. So the next event on the track is the boys 400 meters under 15s. In lane 1, Carter of St. Andrew at a qualifying time 104.05 seconds. In from Westmoreland in lane 2 is O'Neill Morales with a time of 104.49 seconds. In lane 3 from St. Elizabeth, Brian Clark, a time of 58.98 seconds. In 4 from Kingston is Michael Gordon at a time of 1 minute 00.56 seconds. Now Eric Edwards, St. James in lane 5 with a time of 59.74 seconds. In lane 6 from St. Catherine, 104.47 is Rashad Priestley. In 7, you have Cunningham from Kingston at a time of 102.14. And from St. Elizabeth in lane 8 is Dashani Edwards, a time of 103.54 seconds. Athletes on their mats, full field. You have to look out for Clark of St. Elizabeth in 3 and Edwards of St. James in 5. It's a clean start for the boys under 15 for 100 meters final. Getting out well, looks like Cunningham from Kingston on the inside. It's Priestley of St. Catherine, who's onto the shoulders of Cunningham of Kingston. Moving well, looks like St. Elizabeth Clark has gone into another gear. The man from St. Elizabeth Clark on the backstretch has taken full control. On his outside, it looks like Edwards of St. James is also there with about 200 meters to go. Brian Clark of St. Elizabeth having not a slight but a major advantage. He will carry the field in the home stretch. The man from the Breadbasket Parish, Brian Clark, who clocked 58.98 seconds in the preliminaries. He has a commanding lead in this final. Gordon of Kingston is second. Edwards of St. James is third, but no one can stop Brian Clark of St. Elizabeth. He will get the gold. He will get the bacon in this boys under 15 for 100 meters. Stops the clock at 56.74 seconds. Coming through for the silver from St. James is Edwards, and the bronze going the way of Gordon of Kingston. 56.74 seconds is the flash time for this young man Clark of St. Elizabeth, gaining the gold in the boys under 15 for 100 meters. 56.79 the official time for Clark. And coming through for the silver is Edwards. Edwards' time is 59.31 seconds. And the bronze to Gordon, 1 minute 00.23 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze in the boys under 15 for 100 meters. We're going to have a break from the track and the field. We're going to have some entertainment in the opening ceremony.
So as the marching band plays, of course, we have our Sagicor volunteers leading the charge, leading the presentation, leading the march around. So of course, with this being our 38th stage, we want to just say thanks to our sponsors, the Jamaica Teachers Association, Sagicor Foundation, of course the Jamaica Teachers Association, Co-op Credit Union, Tip Friendly Society, Butterkiss, Art and Fabric, and Mothers. And these are among our sponsors as the teams approaches the straightaway. The marching band, of course, led by our volunteers from Sagicor and the Jamaica Defense Force. So our first team, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for the Light Blues of St. Anne. St. Anne. The Light Blues of St. Anne. And St. Anne, they are followed by St. Elizabeth. Let me hear it for St. Elizabeth. Out front, very, very early. Of course, St. Elizabeth is followed by Westmoreland. Let me hear it for Westmoreland. Westmoreland is followed by Hanover. Let me hear it for Hanover. Hanover. Hanover is followed by Manchester. Let me hear it for Manchester, ladies and gentlemen. Manchester is followed by Clarendon. Let me hear it for Clarendon. Clarendon, they're followed by St. James. St. James. And St. James, they are followed by the former champions, St. Catherine. St. Catherine, they are followed by St. Mary. Let me hear it for St. Jerry. Let me hear it for St. Mary, ladies and gentlemen. St. Mary. St. Mary, they are followed by St. Thomas. Let me hear it for St. Thomas. St. Thomas in the east, and they are followed by St. Andrew. St. are followed by Trelawney. Trelawney, let me hear it for Trelawney. And Trelawney, they are followed by our capital city, Kingston. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Let us hear it for our marching band. Let me hear it for our marching band. Thank you very much. I want to also acknowledge our volunteers from the Jamaica Defense Force. Let me hear it for our volunteers from the JDF. Let me hear it for our volunteers from Sagicor. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to be paused for the playing of the national anthem. Good afternoon to all our distinguished guests. Of course, I just want to say for over 38 years, the Jamaica Teachers Association have embarked on programs like these to unearth athletic talent across the length and breadth of Jamaica. And even though we may have undergone a lot of changes, the Jamaica Teachers Association and Sagicor stand committed to carrying on this mandate to develop, nurture, and unearth Jamaica's best youth talent. Of course, let me welcome from all walks of life, wherever you are this afternoon, to this, our 38th staging. Let me hear you, ladies and gentlemen, for all our athletes who are here this afternoon. Acknowledge some very important persons here, but we are going to go into prayer, and I'm not seeing Mrs. Georgia War Richards, who is supposed to be giving us prayer this afternoon. She's not here. All right, good thing I'm a Boy Scout. Let us pray, ladies and gentlemen, let us pray. Eternal God and most righteous Father, as we come to you this afternoon, we want to give you thanks. So much have happened and so much could have taken place, but because of your divine intervention and your saving grace, we are here this afternoon. Father, I want you to touch each and every individual who are here this afternoon. Ensure that your angels are encamped around them. Father, I ask that you touch our sponsors for continuing with us throughout. Father, I ask that you give them the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding to continue to lead, to continue to serve, and to continue to support ventures like these. Father, I ask that you touch our leaders, touch our President, Mrs. Harrison, touch all the members of the executive, touch all our coaches, all our coordinators this afternoon. Father, I especially want you to guide, grant, and protect all our students who are here this afternoon as we give you thanks for these and other mercies in your precious name. Amen. Allow me to acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, our President, Mrs. Lasanya Harrison. Let me hear it from Mrs. Lasanya Harrison from the Jamaica Teachers Association. Let me acknowledge also Mrs. Raychan Campbell, the manager, Group Corporate Communications at the Sagicor Group. Can both ladies come for me, please? Mrs. Campbell, Mrs. Harrison.
You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend.
Let me hear it one more time for the board ladies. Let me hear it for the ladies this afternoon. Two very important ladies. I'm going to ask that our title sponsors get the first preference this afternoon, so I'm going to ask Mrs. Campbell to just give us a few words representing our title sponsors, Sagicor.
Good afternoon, or good... Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm seeing people waving in the stands. How you feeling? Sagicor is happy to be here for yet another year with the Jamaica Teachers Association for the National Athletic Championships. We have been on board with the JTA for so many years that we are joined by the hip, and we have not let go. We will not let go. We will be here with our young athletes because this is where it starts, ladies and gentlemen. This is where Jamaica's stars are born, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we get Oblique Seville, ladies and gentlemen. This You are seeing, in 10 years, you are seeing the next Usain, the next Shelly, the next Veronica. So Sagicor is happy to be on board to support you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Let me hear it one more time. The National Stadium for our title sponsors. At this time, we are going to be having word from our national president, Mrs. Lasagna Harrison. Let me hear it for our national president, ladies and gentlemen.
Representing our title sponsors, Miss Campbell, Sagicor, and all the Sagicor team here, our Secretary General, Dr. Mark Nicely, our President-elect, Mr. Leighton Johnson, and our immediate past President, Chairman of the National Sports Committee, and all the sports coordinators who plan and execute this activity, supported by our administrators, led by our liaison officer, Mr. Colin Spence, teachers, students, friends of education and partners in sports. Pleasant afternoon to you all, and our moderator for our opening ceremony, Mr. Drummond. National Stadium, good afternoon to you. The teachers of this nation, supported by our partners, joined by the HIP Sagicor, have done it again. This our 38th staging of the National Primary Championships here at our National Stadium. Once again, the teachers have said we are putting our children on a path of greatness. We are spotting talents and gifts, and we are unearthing and nurturing these talents, and we're putting them on stage today for the world to see. This is where it has begun. This is where it is, and this is where we will unearth the future of Jamaica. Our national program is in good hands because of this grassroots event, and so we want to thank all our other sponsors, the JTA Co-op Credit Union. We want to thank Butterkiss and Tip Friendly Society, and all the persons who have come on board to make this year's staging the success that it is. We want to say thanks to the Almighty God who has held the reins for the last 2 days for us to be having such a glorious championship. And we say thank you, Father, for your goodness. And our children, most of them are unhurt, and so they're in good stead. And so I want to also thank all of you who are in the stadium together. Put your hands together for yourselves. Yes, for journeying from across the length and breadth of this nation to witness history, because as our partners from the HIP have said that 10 years from now you will see the future Shelly-Ann, future Sharika, future Thompson Hira, future Veronica, future Usain Bolt, future Nkrumah, all of them, future Oblique. They all started here at the JTA Sagicor Sports. We have done it again, and we will continue to do it. Let us put our hands together for our children. Come, clap the children. Clap the children. Long live the JTA, long live Sagicor, and all the sponsors as we continue to unite and serve the nation's children and national development. Blessings to you all.
Thank you very much. Let me hear it one more time for our board ladies. As per usual, we normally at the Jamaica Teachers Association, we normally seek to recognize the hard work and effort of some of our members. And we're going to ask the following persons to come quickly, expeditiously, center stage. And we're going to ask both Mrs. Campbell and Mrs. Harrison to make some presentation. We're going to ask the following person, Mr. Herman Reid. Mr. Herman Reid from Portland. Can you kindly make your way down? Mr. Herman Reid, Mr. Philip Anderson, Mr. Philip Anderson. If you see Mr. Philip Anderson, you see Calabar. Where is he? Both gentlemen. We're going to ask Mr. Winston Robinson out of Portland and out of Chilani to come forward to collect. Mr. Robinson. This is Sonia Rose. This is Sonia Rose. And of course, Mrs. Stacy Salmon. We have struck for time. Bruce is up there ringing off the phone, and the next race starts at 1:35. So let us get down quickly so we can complete the presentation. Philip Anderson, Mr. Anderson is here. Let me hear it for a gentleman who has played a tremendous role in youth development, especially for track and field in Jamaica. And of course, with the Jamaica Teachers Association. From our very tomorrow coming to the National Stadium, Mr. Anderson has been here. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson, for your time. Thanks for tolerating us here. Next up, we have Mr. Winston Robinson. We have Mr. Robinson here. Mr. Robinson is a matchmate of mine from college. Hard worker in whatever facets of education and sport. We call him Short Boss. Don't watch his height. A fabulous gentleman to work with. Is Mrs. Rose here? Sonia Rose? Oh, we have Mr. Reid coming. Mr. Reid, you have to put on your jacket. We know you're a distinguished Portlander. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mrs. Scarborough will make the presentation to Mr. Portland. The man they call Mr. Portland, Mr. Herman Reid. Let me hear it from Mr. Reid. Thank you very much. Mr. Reid is a real cricketer. You would not know that he's a principal. So we have both ladies here. Miss Sonia Rose. Mrs. Rose is here. I would not say this is Stacy Salmon. Oh, Stacy's here. Come on. Stacy. Oh, she just happy that you realize it's there. Don't go too far, Mr. Reid, don't go too far. Don't go too far, we want that photo of all five of you. Thank you very much. So it's one of 5 Portlanders here this afternoon. If we count Mr. Green as a Portlander, then we only have 4. Mr. Robinson, you're a Portlander, let's go. So Mrs. Rose is here. Alright, can I have all 4? Can I have all 4? We'll try to get Mrs. Rose house. Come this way, hey, right here, gentleman, lady. Gentleman and lady, right here. So it gives us an opportunity to have some photo up with our students as well. Come, Mrs. Thank you very much. One more time for all our patrons this afternoon. And I know later on we're going to be having some grand duels on the track. At this time we're going to be having our photo ops with our Sagicor reps and the different teams. Come Mrs. Fraser, come Sagicor. We're going to have our photo ops with our teams. meantime, we ask that to get the 150 meters under 9 to the marshalling areas coaches. The under 9 150 meters.
Welcome to the mic.
Under the girls, 100 meters. In third place, representing St. Catherine, 14.83 seconds. Let me hear it for Captain Victor. In the second position, from the township to Morgan, with a time of 14.39 seconds. Let me hear it for Janeek Brown. And the winning number one in a smart 14.38 seconds, representing Brianna Williams.
Is the JTA's Sagicor National Athletics Championships happening at the National Stadium. The final day, we're back in action. 150 meters on under 9 on the girls' side. You have Blanchard from St. Thomas in 1, Reid of Trelawney in 2, Dobbs of Kingston in 3, Kirkpatrick of Kingston, she's in 4. She may be labelled as a favourite. Gale of St. Catherine is in 5, Edwards, Trelawney in 6, Thompson, St. Andrews 7, and Davis from St. Anne in lane 8. We spoke about Kirkpatrick. She's in lane 4, and she has a commanding lead. Kirkpatrick of Kingston with about 40 meters to go with the lead. Edwards of Trelawney is in second. Kirkpatrick, the double, getting the 80 meters and 150 meters. 2 victories on the trot for this young lady from Kingston. She is Kirkpatrick, winning with a time of 24.26 seconds. Gail finishes in second, and in third, Gail from St. Catherine. And Edwards in third, 25.14 seconds. Gail's time at 25.03. So the winner here is Kirkpatrick, getting the gold in the girls on the 9 150 meters. So the under 9 150 meters, Deshaun Williams in lane 1 from St. Elizabeth had a qualifying time 23.75 seconds. Javier White of St. Andrew in 2, 24.11. Daniel Carter from St. Andrew in 3, time of 23.33. Now Kahim Cuff from St. Elizabeth, he's in 4, 23.83 seconds. In 5, Jamaria Webb from Manchester, 23.32 seconds was his qualifying time. Omaria Burke from Portland, the time of 23.48 seconds. Now Jeremy Green from Manchester in 7, 23.35. And from Kingston, with John Reid, the time of 23.57 seconds. Webb of Manchester may be labelled as the favourite. Athletes also waiting the instructions from the starter who stands in his rostrum. Williams, White, Carter, Cuff, Webb, Burke, Green, and Reid. 150 meters under 9 boys. JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship. Athletes on their marks. Had the opening ceremony. Lots of glitz, lots of glamour. Gordon has sent them all. Great start for Reid and Green. They're in lane 8 and 7 respectively. But you have to look out for Webb of Manchester. Webb of Manchester trying to take the lead, but on the outside, Green. Green is there, the duo from Manchester. They did it in the 80 meters. Can they do it again? But it's now Webb taking full control from Green. Webb of Manchester. He will take the boards on the 9 150 meters. Second coming through is Green. And third, maybe Burke of Portland caught that bronze. 23.38 seconds for Webb. In second, you have Green. Green's time is 23.51, and it was close for third. Let's see. Burke got it, 23.92 seconds. He is from Portland. Gold, silver, and bronze in the boys 150 meters. This is under 9. Welcome back to the track. This for the 200 meters on the 11 for girls. So the girls on the 11 200 meters. McPherson, St. Thomas in 1. Brown of St. Andrew in 2. Graham, St. Thomas in 3. Wright of St. Elizabeth in 4. Reid of St. Elizabeth in 5. Porter from St. Catherine in 6. Howard of Kingston in 7. And Richards, St. Anne in lane 8. The fastest qualifier, Renika Reid, 29.70 seconds was her qualifying time. She's from St. Elizabeth. She is in lane 5. Athletes are standing, awaiting the instructions from the starter. McPherson's time, 31.07. Brown, 31.20. Graham in 3, 30.15. Wright in 4 from St. Elizabeth, 30.45. Award presentation still happening. Still just waiting. See what's happening. I don't think the starting mechanism has been completely set up as yet. So the athletes are ready, but the starter is not. Now the starter seems like he's ready. Said 200 meters. McPherson of St. Thomas. Brown from St. Andrew in 2. Wright, St. Elizabeth in 4. Reid of St. Elizabeth in 5, pardon me. I think they're taking a bit too long though, to be honest. Athletes have been there for some time, and athletes are on the cycle track for the 200 meters. On the 11, on the 13, on the 15, all our finals. So awards presentation of medals on the field. Athletes going on their marks. Getting ready for the under 11 200 meters. And the garden has sent them off. A great start coming around. Looks to me like from St. Catherine is Porter. Porter of St. Catherine having a slight advantage. Reid on the inside of Porter. On the outside of Porter is Howard in lane 7. So Howard on lane 7, but on the inside, Reid of St. Elizabeth. She has taken full control. Reid on the inside of Reid is right. The St. Elizabeth pair, Reid and Wright. They will go across the line. No, Reid and Wright. Gold and silver for St. Elizabeth, 30.20 seconds. You saw Wright fighting the wind. She had to dip down low. Reid's time, 30.20. Wright, 30.24 seconds for first and second. Howard is third, the bronze. 30.66 seconds. Howard from Kingston in lane 7. Girls on the 11 200 meters final. Brissett in lane 1 from St. Andrew. White from Trelawney in 2. Lewis St. Anne in 3. Reid of St. Elizabeth. Shaquan Reid in 4. The favorite to take the gold, 28.46 seconds. Roden, St. Catherine, he is in 5. Andrews, St. Mary in 6. Tyson from St. Thomas in 7. And Edwards of St. Elizabeth in lane 8. So Brissett's time to the final. The boys on the 11, 30.37 seconds. White in lane 2, 30.27. Lewis in 3 from St. Anne, 29.84. Shaquan Reid from St. Elizabeth, 28.46. Roden from St. Catherine, 29.45. Andrews, 30.31 seconds for St. Mary. And then in 7 from St. Thomas, Tyson, 29.52. And Edwards from St. Elizabeth, 30.99 seconds. Athletes awaiting the announcers to finish the presentation of athletes. So let's see now what Shaquan Reid can do. He's in 4. Remember what represents St. Elizabeth. A set position gun has sent them away. Great start for Shaquan Reid. On the inside of Reid is Lewis of St. Anne. That is the top 2. Shaquan Reid now passing Roden on his outside. Andrews, Tyson and Edwards, because he will carry the field in the home stretch. Shaquan Reid of St. Elizabeth in total control with 50 meters to go. You see the high knee lifts. Is a brilliant sprinter. He won the 100 meters earlier on this afternoon. Now taking the sprint double. Shaquan Reid for St. Elizabeth, 28.14 seconds for Reid. The silver going Lewis, and it was close for the bronze between Roden of St. Catherine and White of Trelawney. But the gold going the way, 28.20 for Shaquan Reid. Lewis gets the silver. Zidane Lewis from St. Anne, 29.90 seconds, but it was extremely close for the bronze. 28.20 the winning time. Lewis the silver, 29.90, and the bronze going the way of, well, when it was close. It was extremely close. With Roden. Yes, it's Roden from St. Catherine. 30.13 seconds. 30.13 for Roden. And Roden is from St. Catherine. And Brissett finishing in 4, 30.41. Next event on the track, the girls 200 meters under 13. So the girls under 13, 200 meters final. Nelson from Kingston in 1, 28.67. Alves St. Catherine in 2, 28.72 seconds. Clark of St. Andrew in 3, 26.90. She's an overwhelming favorite though. You have Samuels of St. Andrew in 4, 27.25. McDonald from St. Thomas in 5, 28.10. From Portland is Brianna Salmon, 28.77. Brianna Chin from Trelawney is in 7, 28.29. And Daly from Westmoreland in 8, 28.61. Next event on the track, under 13 girls, 200 meters. Nelson, Alves, Clark, Samuels, McDonald, Salmon, Chin, and Daly. You have to look out for Clark. Daniela Clark of St. Andrew, she is the favorite. She gained the silver in the 200 meters. In the 100 meters, pardon me. Now searching for the gold. So athletes going into their respective blocks. In the set position. God has sent them away. Great start for this young lady, Clark of St. Andrew, on the heels of Samuels. Moving well. So Samuels is there, and McDonald. That is the top 3 heading into the home stretch. It's Chelsea Samuels of St. Andrew. Samuels moving on the inside. It's Clark of St. Andrew, but Samuels is holding off Clark. But here comes Clark like a runaway train. The favorite Clark takes it. Daniela Clark of St. Andrew taking the gold ahead of her teammate Chelsea and Samuels. Gold and silver for St. Andrew. 26.96 seconds for Clark. Samuels is second. The silver, 27.21. McDonald the bronze. We'll tell you her time in a very short while. But certainly Daniela Clark left it late. McDonald's time is 27.36 seconds. Clark left it late in the last 20 meters. Made the move, passing Samuels on her outside to gain the gold. Gold, silver, and bronze in the girls under 13, 200 meters. So the boys, 200 meters is next. So another showdown between Wigan of Manchester and Henkelwood of Kingston. Well, guess what? Let me give you the lane assignments. Parker of St. Andrew in 1. Gibbs of Kingston in 2. At qualifying times of 26.81, 26.56 respectively. Now Wigan of Manchester, he's in 3, 26.26 seconds. Daniel Buchanan of St. Andrew in 4, 25.98. The favourites, many may say. And then Amika Henkelwood, he is in lane 5, 26.11. You have Kavian Minot of St. Anne, 26.52 seconds. And then in 7th from Lawson, from Trelawney, is Lawson, 26.35. And in lane 8 from St. Catherine Thomas, 26.35 seconds. Athletes on their marks. God has sent them off. Great start this for Manchester's Wigan, gaining somewhat on Buchanan. Has passed Buchanan and has passed Henkerwood. So Wigan, the 100 meters champion, he carries the field in the home stretch. Let's see what the duo can do on his outside. But it's Wigan. Here comes the big man Buchanan. He is from St. Andrew. He has taken full control. Buchanan ahead of Wigan. That is the top two. Wigan not going anywhere. It's a Wigan may have pipped him on the line. Wigan on the inside, Buchanan on the outside. 25.82 seconds for both. Wigan may have got the gold, and that would be second gold. No, it is not. Buchanan got the gold, head of Wigan. That was close, though, to be honest. 25.82 seconds for Buchanan, and Wigan was on the inside, getting the gold in the 100 meters and the silver. 25.83, 25.82. Wow! Henkerwood got the bronze, 26.34 seconds, his second medal of the championship. A silver and a bronze for Henkerwood. Buchanan getting the gold, 25.82. Wigan getting the gold in the 100 and the silver in the 200 meters. So under 15, the next event on the cards. We're talking about the girls under 15. So Galloway in 1. From St. Catherine, Willis Kingston in 2. He had a qualifying time of 29.43 seconds, heading into the final. Now Robinson from Westmoreland in 3 with a qualifying time of 28.01 seconds. Deacon of Manchester in 4, 29.99. Brianna Smith Kingston in 6, 30.12. You had Godfrey from Westmoreland in 6, 28.73. Kayla Lewis of St. Andrew in 7, 28.61. And Edwards of St. James in lane 8, 28.60. So let's see. The girls under 15, 200 meters. Edwards got the silver in the 100 meters. What can she do? In the 200, Gunn has set the way. Great start for Edwards of St. James. On the inside is Lewis of St. Andrew. That is the top two, but you have to look on Westmoreland and Robinson. Robinson having a slight advantage, and she carries the field in the home stretch. The young lady in lane 3, the maroon shorts, Robinson, having a major advantage with about 40 meters to go. Count it down with me. 20 meters to go. It is Robinson. She will get the gold, and getting the silver is Godfrey, who got the gold in the 100 meters. Now picks up a silver in the 200, but the young lady from Westmoreland, it is Robinson getting the gold. Her teammate Godfrey the silver, 28.02 seconds. Godfrey 28.86, and Edwards the bronze, 28.99. Edwards another medal on the cars, a silver in the 1 and a bronze in the 200 meters for Edwards of St. James. So the next event on the track, the final 200 meters of this meet. The favorite here is Devon Finley. Well, let's get to the lane assignments. McBean of St. Mary in 1, 27.25 seconds. Mackenzie of Trelawney in 2, 26.66. You have Shantilope from Kingston. He's in 3, 25.34 seconds. Price of Manchester in 4, 26.65. Clearly from St. Mary in lane 5, 27.25. Finley in 6, 25.50. Lambert in 6, 25.91. And Blair from Hanover in 8, 26.42. Lambert is in lane 7. Athletes on their marks. God has sent them away. Great start it was for Price of Manchester. On the inside of Price is Shantilope, one of the favorites. On the outside of Price is clearly from St. Mary. But Finley trying to carry the field in the home stretch. He's a red shorts. Finley and Shantilope. It's a battle between the two. Shantilope on the inside, Finley on the outside. I said before, Finley has not lost a race all season, and he's not going to lose this afternoon because Finley will get the gold, his second gold of the championship. On the inside is Shantilope from Kingston. Gold and silver. Finley from St. Catherine gets the gold. 23.73 seconds is the flash time, and the official time is 25.38 seconds. Shantilope, the silver, 25.73, and the bronze going the way of Lambert, 25.92 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze Lambert. He's from Manchester. That's the end of the 200 meters. At the 2023 staging, we're seeing the under 11s, 13s, and under 15s.
Hey, do you feel down, alone, or going through a lot right now? You Matter is a 24/7 confidential chatline that supports the mental wellness of young Jamaicans by the Ministry of Health and Wellness and You Report. Messaging us connects you with trained counselors ready to listen and support you. And there's no charge. We know it can be hard to talk sometimes, but we promise this is a safe space. Text us for free with Flow or send a WhatsApp to 876-838-4897. You can also reach us at You Report Jamaica on Facebook Messenger. Remember, mental health matters. You matter.
Did you know that 53% of young people have considered taking their life?
As a young person, I understand how hard it is to get support for mental health. 90% of young persons believe that their parents or guardians don't support them with their mental health struggles. But help is here.
To give young people a safe space to talk about their challenges and concerns, right there on their phones.
You Matter connects you to trained counselors who can give you support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, free of charge. The chat line is completely anonymous, and whatever you say will be held confidential.
Text support to 876-838-4897 using SMS, WhatsApp, or Facebook Messenger and start the conversation today. Your feelings matter. You matter.
Having this afternoon as Coombs from St. Catherine in one had a qualifying time of 2:47.84 seconds. Now you have Denake Pinnock in 2 from St. Andrew, 2:47.84. Richards of Manchester is in 3, they're 2:41.81. In 4 you have Davisha Pinnock of St. Elizabeth, 2:36.63. From St. Elizabeth is Jones, a time of 2:39.29 seconds. And Compass, she is in 6th from St. Andrew, 243.33. Wilby from St. Anne is in 7, 244.26. And Warren from Portland is in 8 at a time of 246.34 seconds. So you have to look for Jones and Pinnock, the duo from St. Elizabeth. As we see, Jones goes out hard and passing Compass, Wilby and Warren on our outside. On the inside from Manchester is Richards. Richards now goes to the front. It's ahead of Jones of St. Elizabeth alongside her teammate Pinnock, both from the Breadbasket Parish. And in 4th from St. Catherine is Coombs. And you have then from St. Anne, Wilby settles in 5th. That is the top 5 at the present time, with the young lady from Manchester, Richards, having the slight advantage, about a 3-meter lead. This over Jones and Compass, or Jones and Pinnock, pardon me, the duo from St. Elizabeth. So Manchester Richards still maintaining a 3 or 2.5 meter lead. Now the move is being made by Jones and Pinnock on the front stretch as the duo passing the young lady from Manchester. Oh, she falls over. She falls over. Did not see whether the collision there or not, but she's still on the track though, and she seems like she's grimacing in a bit of pain and hoping that she's okay. Short Time Medical is on the track just attending to her, but in the meantime we go back to the race where the duo of St. Elizabeth, Pinnock and Jones, 1-2 at the present time. Pinnock having a slight advantage over Jones. Jones, the favorite, though, had a qualifying time to 39.29 seconds. That was her qualifying time in the preliminaries. On the 15 goes 800 meters final. Still Pinnock with a slight advantage, trying to extend her lead over her teammate Jones, who settles into 2nd. Now moving into that 3rd position is Pinnock. Pinnock passing St. Catherine Coombs for that bronze medal position. Now, Pinnock goes ahead of Jones with 110 meters to go. Pinnock extending her lead over Jones. Pinnock's time of 2:36.63 seconds has solidified her as a favorite to win the gold. So Pinnock of St. Elizabeth with about 70 meters to go. She has upped the ante somewhat, stepping on the gas. And she's all alone. She has let her teammate Jones way behind, who has slipped into 4th. But this young lady from St. Elizabeth, Pinnock, she gets the gold, and coming through for the silver now is Pinnock. That's Diana K. Pinnock from St. Andrew, and the bronze, Coombs from St. Catherine. That is the top 3. Gold, silver, and bronze. 2:35.59 seconds for Pinnock of St. Elizabeth, and the other Pinnock, this from another parish, where they give Compass from St. Andrew, the silver, 2:40.62 seconds. And then in the bronze position should be Coombs. Looking on the clock. So that was not Pinnock, that was Compass in that silver medal position. And Coombs now gets the bronze, 2:42.17.
She went and her teammate finished about 15th. So, and maybe she not deliberately do it.
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm really tired and messing up today. I'm doing very
So maybe she not deliberately do it.
It looks deliberate to me though.
Or the score. Actually, I try to go inside. She'll try to go inside now. Push her, she kill him.
Is an accident.
So the start of the boys on the 15,800 meters. This is the final on the cards. Austin from St. James in 1, Maxwell from St. Andrew in 2, Clark St. Elizabeth in 3, have Scott of St. Catherine in 4, Cunningham Kingston in 5, Palmer from Manchester in 6, Segree of St. Catherine in 7, and Thomas from St. Thomas in lane 8. Thomas from St. Thomas. So the young man from Manchester, Palmer, who won the 1,200 meters earlier this morning. That was the first event on the track. We spoke to him earlier on. He said that he's a bit worried, though, with the gentleman from St. Elizabeth. And that's Clark, who ran 2:20 in qualifying. But Palmer set as well. He is in front. Cunningham, who ran 2:27 from Kingston, is in second. And the man he spoke about, Clark, from St. Elizabeth in third, 1:07 for the first lap. So Palmer of Manchester in the lead. The man from Kingston right alongside him, Cunningham, on the outside. Trying to make the move though. The favourite, many may say, Clark of St. Elizabeth. It shows making his move on the back stretch. All three bunched together. But the man Clark, who clocked 2 minutes 20.90 seconds in the preliminaries, made his move and slipped into that second position. But the man they call Cunningham of Kingston is gone in the lead with about 200 meters to go. Cunningham on the inside and Clark on the outside. That is the top two. Clark trying to make another gush at it to go in front. Clark with 110 meters to go. Still on the outside. On the inside is Cunningham from Kingston. That is the top two. Now Clark makes his move. He clocked 2:20.90 seconds in the preliminaries, and he's going to go faster in the final. He's going to get the gold medal. The young man from the breadbasket parish will get the gold and stopping the clock at 2 minutes 17.81 seconds. 2:17.81 the gold, and the silver going the way of Cunningham of Kingston, and the bronze Palmer of Manchester. A gold and a bronze for Palmer, but a gold for Clark, 2:17.80, and Cunningham second at 2:24.83, and the bronze going the way of Palmer, 2:28.11 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze. It's all about the 2023 edition of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship on the grounds of Independence Park Limited, which houses the National Stadium. 800 meters completed. Should have some 4x1s on the cards for prep schools. Class 3, 2, and 1. So invitational races are down. Don't know if the schools are here just yet. Or would they go right into respective finals? 4x1s. But let's look at the updated point standings. I haven't given it to you for a while. Starting in 14th position, Hanover with 15 points. Clarendon there in 13th with 27 points. Samira there 12th with 34 points. St. James there 11th with 44 points. In 10th, Trelawney, 58 points. In 9th, St. Thomas, 67 points. Also with 67 is Westmoreland. St. Anne there 7th with 70 points. In 6th is Portland with 77 points. In 5th, St. Catherine, they have 117 points. In 4th, Kingston, 119 points. In third, you have Manchester, 149 points. And second, the defending champion, St. Andrew, with 172 points. And St. Elizabeth, the champions, but I may say this year, guess what? It's not done just yet, but they are leading with 210 points. St. Elizabeth leading with 210 points on the cards.
Bachimichi.
Elaine
Well, the next event on the track is invitational. Won't count for the points table. It is the preparatory school. This class 3 girls. In lane 3, Morris Nib. 4, Vaz. 5, St. Peter de Paul. And in lane 6 is Immaculate. So out in lane 6, Immaculate, having a slight advantage, moving away from St. Peter and Paul in the purple for the first exchange. It's going to be Immaculate on the outside, St. Peter and Paul right in the mix. Vaz Prep is there, and also Morris Nib. Based on the stagger, you have to go with Immaculate on the second leg, extending their lead. But also there is St. Peter de Paul. Oh, the chain for St. Peter and Paul. The athlete is going, and is gone. The flag is up. They'll be disqualified. So the fact is, coming around the bend, it's Immaculate. I'm chuckling though because the person never realized that there was an official there with a flag, and it went up. The yellow flag went up. They'll be disqualified. But it's all about Immaculate. St. Peter and Paul, as they stand now, they're in second. Vaz and Morris Nib, they're cutting the deficit for that second spot, but Immaculate, they go through, stops the clock, 106.55 seconds. St. Peter and Paul is second, followed by Vaz and then Morris Nib. This is the girls 4x1, this is class 3, invitational 4x1 run.
So on track now, the class 3 boys for 128 different schools in lane 4, St. Peter and Paul, and lane 5, Morris Day. Are we ready on track? Box 1 is ready. Box 3 is ready. Box 2 is just not. Receiving the bronze medal, they are in Portland.
Four by two. This is class 2. 4x1, pardon me. Don't know why I said 4x2. And 4x1, class 2. And then 2, St. Teresa Prep. And 2. In 3, the Avondale School. In 4, St. Peter and Paul. In 5, Immaculate. In 6, Morris Nib. And 7, you have Vaz. So now we are ready for the Class 2 4x1 girls side. St. Teresa 2, the Avondale in 3, St. Peter de Paul 4, Immaculate 5, Morris Nib 6, and Vaz in lane 7. Outstanding start for Vaz in lane 7 on this first leg. This is Class 2, and St. Teresa also doing well. St. Peter de Paul, pardon me, with a poor exchange for Vaz on the outside, and St. Peter de Paul on the inside. That is the top 2 on this backstretch. But St. Peter de Paul, based on the stagger, having the advantage. Good exchange for St. Peter de Paul. Vaz on the outside, St. Peter de Paul on the inside on the third leg. But swooping around in the lead is St. Peter de Paul, team that is based in Ligani. So St. Peter de Paul will hand over the baton in the top spot. And then Vaz on the outside. Not a great exchange from Vaz. On the inside, St. Teresa is there. But St. Teresa trying to cut the deficit somewhat. This by St. Peter de Paul. But St. Peter and Paul extending their lead. St. Teresa is there on the outside. Immaculate trying to come through for second. 1:00.96 seconds. St. Peter and Paul, they are the victors. 1:00.97. In second, Immaculate came through for second. 1:02.21 to get the better of St. Teresa. 1:02.21. And St. Teresa's time is 1:02.41. It's now time for the boys. 4x1 class 2. In 3, the Avondale. 4, Marsnib. 5, St. Peter de Paul. And 6, Vaz. It's a clean start for the boys class 2, 4x1. Vaz gets out well on the inside of Vaz. It St. Peter de Paul. St. Peter de Paul has caught the deficit somewhat based on the stagger, having a slight advantage, handing over the baton in the top position. Vaz stepping on the back stretch, so too St. Peter and Paul. Morris Nib also stepping, but the Avondale stepping away from the tree. But looking at the top 3, Vaz, St. Peter and Paul, and Morris Nib. So St. Peter and Paul on the inside on this third leg and trying to cut the deficit somewhat, try to squeeze through. Vaz on the outside, they're passing Vaz. They will hand over the baton in the top position. It's St. Peter and Paul out in front. Oh, good baton change for St. Peter de Paul. They're all alone. Vaz on the outside, going to come to the party. They're knocking on the door with 50 meters to go. St. Peter de Paul, here comes Vaz. They're broken down the door and they will take the lead. They will take the boys class 2, 4x1. Vaz, St. Peter de Paul, Morris Nib, and the Avondale. That has told the story in the boys class 2, 4x1. Vaz time is 58.14 seconds. St. Peter de Paul, 58.36. And in third, Morris Nib, 102.32 seconds. The Avondale is fourth. Their time is 104.44.
In 6 hours running from ladies and from quarter center of the knowledge and in late 8 the lineup for
So the Class 1 girls 4x1 Invitational Preparatory here at the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championship. Lane 1, you have One Way. Lane 2, the Avondale. In 3, Immaculate. In 4, St. Peter de Paul. In 5, St. Teresa. In 6, Vaz. In 7, Porter Center for Knowledge. And in lane 8, you have Morris Nib. Athletes on their marks. Have to look out for St. Peter de Paul and Vaz. Immaculate also can make their mark. St. Peter and Paul making their mark. They're getting somewhat on St. Teresa. Now passing St. Teresa on this opening leg. St. Peter de Paul. Oh, brilliant exchange low down. That was creative by St. Peter de Paul. On the outside, we're talking about Vaz. Moving well, though they've dropped back somewhat. As we look on the exchange, that is Porter Center for Knowledge. Porter Center for Knowledge on the third leg on the outside. St. Peter de Paul on the inside. But St. Peter and Paul, they have taken over for the final exchange. So St. Peter and Paul, they're all alone. So it is Vaz. Here comes Vaz once again. Vaz on the anchor, but St. Peter and Paul is holding off Vaz with 20 meters to go. It's St. Peter de Paul and Vaz. 51.53 seconds for St. Peter de Paul. Vaz is second. 51.53. 54.29 seconds, the official time. Vaz is second. 54.67. Immaculate third. 57.95. So the boys 4x1 invitational, the final invitational run. St. Peter de Paul. So St. Peter and Paul in lane 2, Vaz in 3, Wilmers in 4, Morris Nib in 5, the Avondale in 6, One Way in 7, and Columbus should be in lane 8. Well, there's no Columbus actually. one way. Gun has set them away for the start of the boys class 1 4x1. Going out well is the Avondale. Avondale with a bullet start on that opening leg. Avondale handing over the baton in the top position. On the inside, you have Wilmers. Wilmers is there. The inside of Wilmers is Vaz. Now trying to make a move. It says Peter and Paul. They're on the inside in the purple vest. That says Peter and Paul with a blistering back leg run. On the outside, it's Vaz. Wilmers, pardon me. Vaz is there and sends Peter and Paul. Here comes says Peter and Paul once again on the inside. Oh, they're making a mark somewhat. It says Peter and Paul will hand over the baton in the top position. Wilmers there in second. Not the greatest exchange from Wilmers. And Vaz there in third. That is the top three right here at the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship. It is says Peter and Paul. Vaz now slipped into second. Goals by Wilmers. 51.64 seconds. This for says Peter and Paul ahead of Vaz. And Wilmers finishes in third. This is Peter and Paul time, 51.64 seconds. Vaz is second, 52.34. And in third is Wilmers, 52.51 seconds. First, second, and third in the boys class 1 4x1 of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship, the 38th edition. So that's it for the invitational run. As we look now to see the 4x1s, this is on the 9s coming up. And then in terms of the point standings calculation, be done. But 4x1s on the 9 for the girls, 4x1 on the 9 for the boys. Next event on the track, the girls, ladies are on the track as we speak. They're coming out in respective areas and respective boxes. The main assignments. This for the, on the 9, 4x1. So Kingston, they are in lane 1. The time of 1 minute 06.13 seconds. That was their qualifying time. Portland in 2, the qualifying time of 105.92 seconds. St. Anne, they are in 3 with a qualifying time of 103.71. In lane 4, you have Trelawney, the qualified time of 103.38 seconds. In 5, St. Andrew, the qualified time 102.48. In 6, you have St. Catherine, the qualified time of 103.38 seconds. In 7, St. Mary, the qualifying time of 105.78 seconds. And in lane 8 from St. Elizabeth, well, guess what? Qualifying time of 105.69 seconds. Those are the qualifying times on the cards for the day. And we'll get ready now for the under 9s. This is special. This is special, to be honest, seeing these young athletes on the track on the 9. And the bat exchanges are indeed special. I like what I see from these young budding athletes coming through, representing their parish. A reminder of the points tally in a very short while after this final. As we see now, boxes 2 and 3, the athletes are coming out. Have to take their time with these athletes. They're just on the 9 though. Some are 7, some are 8, some are 9. So we're seeing these athletes. Reminder though, in terms of the color code, Kingston in the black shorts, Portland in the gray shorts. You have St. Anne in the light blue, Trelawney in brown, St. Andrew in the green shorts, St. Catherine in the red shorts, St. Mary also brown, and St. Elizabeth light purple. Not bright, but light. But it's going to be interesting though, because majority of the athletes or the teams have run 103, I think 102 to 103. St. Andrew in lane 5, they're labeled as the favorites, running 102, coming into this final with the fastest time of 102. But can they maintain it though? They've had today the 150 meters and the 80 meters, and they also ran the 4x1 this morning. The preliminaries, a lot of work. So it's their final showing of the 2023 JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. The final showing indeed. So congratulations to Manchester City. Congratulations to Pep Guardiola on winning the treble. So, defeating Milan today in the Champions League final. Interesting happenings ahead though. NCAA going on. Some great performances all throughout. Jaden Hibbert, 17 meters last stealing, over 17 meters in the triple jump. I think he jumped about two times. And I saw a video though of Jaden Hibbert of persons standing up every single time he was on the runway. Every single time everyone in the stands stood up. That's how exciting it is for this young man. Every single time he's about to jump, everyone in the stadium stands up to watch his attempts and his series. So this individual has been special throughout and continues his special run. So again, so the athletes are standing. So this is the under 9 girls final. It's a clean start for the under 9 girls final. On the outside is St. Elizabeth gaining. Well, it is St. Catherine. St. Catherine moving away from the favorite St. Andrew. Oh, what a run from St. Catherine on this opening leg. Good exchange from St. Catherine. Oh, St. Elizabeth, they've dropped the baton, but the athlete is back up again. But St. Catherine, they're way out in front. On the inside is St. Andrew, but here comes St. Elizabeth on the outside. St. Catherine on this penultimate exchange, handing out the baton in the top position. St. Andrew is in second. Coming through on the inside, it looks to be Kingston slipping in that second position. Where is the favorites? They're lost somewhat, but St. Catherine on this final exchange, they will hand over the baton. Kingston is in second. Oh, St. Catherine, they've run in the wrong lane. Oh, they may be disqualified, but come on, don't do that. Here comes St. Anne. St. Anne going through. They have Kingston on the left, St. Catherine on the right, but it's St. Anne. It is all about St. Anne. Can they get the better of St. Catherine? St. Catherine says no. St. Anne is second, Kingston third, and St. Andrew fourth. 102.93 seconds. And they're the messed up band chain for St. Catherine. And she crossed over. Did not impede anyone, though, to be honest. But I don't know what the officials will do, though, to be honest. 102.93 seconds. She did not come out to the exchange zone. So that would be tricky. 102.91 for St. Catherine. St. Anne second, 103.02. Kingston third, 103.53. So 103.53, gold, silver, and bronze. And St. Andrew fourth, 104.04. It's the boys' time to rock and roll on the 9. 4x1. Wow, a lot of dilemma because heading into that final, St. Andrew looked extremely solid and they did not even pick up a medal. Kingston showed St. Catherine made the impact from that first leg and never looked back. But now the boys, 4x1 under 9. In lane 1, you have Trelawney at a time of 103.67 seconds. Kingston, they are in 2 with a time of 103.46. St. Elizabeth qualify with a time of 102.70. They are in 4. Or in 3, pardon me. In 4, you have Portland, 102.70. Similar times for St. Elizabeth and Portland in lanes 3 and 4 respectively. Manchester there in 5 with a time of 102.63. In 6, St. Andrew, 59.79 seconds. In 7 is St. Thomas, 102.79. And in lane 8, you have St. Catherine, 103.18 seconds. So St. Andrew, they are the favorites again, based on the time heading into this final. But so too were the girls. Did not work out at all. As we see now, the athletes just relaxing before the start of the 4x1 under 9 for boys. So the championship winding down. Had an invitational relays earlier on. Saw Jermaine Gonzalez, outstanding youth athlete, had some injury issues. Ran 44 seconds at 400 meters. But in the meantime, we are concentrating on the youth. Athletes been asked to stand after they were told to go on their marks. The athletes on their marks. And the gun had set them off. Great start it was this for Manchester. Manchester's gained, but the team we spoke about, St. Andrew, they've gone by St. Thomas on their outside and St. Catherine. What a blistering start. This from the favorites, you may say. St. Andrew on the backstretch. Oh, the band has not been exchanged by St. Thomas. The band is still not being exchanged by St. Thomas. They finally exchanged the baton 70 meters out. But nevertheless, it is a St. Andrew on the penultimate exchange. They're way out in front. I said before, they are the favorites. 59.79 seconds was their time heading into this final. And the runner coming in, the incoming runner, almost actually gave it away. But in the meantime, here comes the team. St. Andrew on the inside looking well is Trelawney. They're in second. But it is all about this team called St. Andrew. They will take the gold in the boys 4x1. This is under 9. And in second is Trelawney. First and second, gold and silver. 1 minute 00.53. 1:00.52 seconds for St. Andrew. Trelawney is second at 101.70. And in third is Portland at 102.31. So the next event on the track 4x1 on the 11 for girls. In lane 1, you have St. Catherine. Qualified the time of 1 minute 00.16 seconds. In lane 2, St. Mary, 59.68 seconds under their belts. In 3, St. Andrew, 58.11 seconds. In 4, you have St. Elizabeth, 57.61 seconds. In 5, Manchester, 58.42 seconds. In 6, you have Trelawney, 58.27. In 7, you have St. Anne, 59.08. And in lane 8, Kingston, 59.21 seconds. You have to look in lane 4 for St. Elizabeth. They are the favorites with a time of 57.61 seconds entering this final. The girls on the 11 4x1. This is going to be a cracker. But St. Elizabeth searching for the title. They think they can get the title this year. They are in front, though. We'll give you the latest point standings in a very short while at the end of this 4x1. But certainly, the St. Elizabeth team, the Breadbasket Parish, can they take home another gold? 4x1 under 11 girls. Athletes on their marks. And the gun has sent them away. Great start for Manchester. On the inside of Manchester, it looks to be St. Elizabeth. But here comes the team Manchester moving away from St. Elizabeth. So Manchester handing over the baton in the top spot. Over in lane 8 is Kingston. Kingston motoring on. So too St. Anne and Trelawney leaving Manchester behind. Where is St. Elizabeth? They're more making up the ground on the second leg for the penultimate exchange. It looks like Kingston. They are in lane 8. They're large and in charge, but not just yet. Here comes once again Trelawney. Manchester is also in the mix. Coming around the bend, Trelawney and Manchester alongside Kingston. That's a top 3. So it is Manchester and Trelawney. Trelawney, they're in front. Trelawney and Manchester. But here comes the run from St. Elizabeth. They're from 4th. They're trying in 3rd. They're trying for that 2nd spot. But it will be Trelawney to get the gold in the girls on 11 4x1. Coming through for 2nd is Manchester, 57.35 seconds. This for the winning team, Trelawney on the girls' side on the 11. 57.35 is the flash time. The official time not on the board just as yet, but 57.35 signifies that the team from the west, Trelawney, maybe not Duncan's, but the entire parish, 57.35, they are the gold medal winner in the girls on the 11 4x1. 57.35. Manchester is 2nd, 58.20 seconds. And in 3rd, you have St. Elizabeth, who are listed as the favorites, 58.36 seconds. Could not recapture their form of 57.61, which is set in the preliminaries. Boys, they are next. So I told you before, give it a point standings. Wow. So let me run and give you the point standings for the start of this race. Hanover 14th with 15 points. Clarendon, they're 13th with 27 points. St. Mary, they're 12th with 38 points. St. James, 11th with 46 points. Westmoreland, they're 10th with 67 points. In 9th is Trelawney. They have 71 points. In 8th, St. Thomas, 75 points. In 7th, St. Anne, they have 81 points. In 6th, Portland with 91 points. In 5th, Kingston with 137 points. In 4th, St. Catherine with 140 points. In 3rd, Manchester with 157 points. In 2nd, the defending champions, St. Andrew, they have 193 points. And in 1st is St. Elizabeth with 211 points. Wow. I thought it was more than that, but the gap has closed somewhat with the addition 219 now for St. Elizabeth after they placed 3rd a short while ago. St. Andrew with 198 points. This is certainly interesting. Boys under 11, 4x1. So St. Anne in lane 1. This is the boys on the 11 4x1. St. Mary in 2. Had a time of 57.20 seconds. St. Elizabeth in 3. 56.08 seconds. In 4, St. Catherine. 56.14. In 5, Portland. 56.82 seconds. In 6, Manchester. 55.38 seconds. In 7, you have St. Andrew. 56.87. And in lane 8, St. Thomas. 57.04 seconds. And we do know someone from St. Thomas who is sitting beside us, a major fan. So he says, maybe he ran for St. Thomas back in his day. Maybe. But maybe he didn't do so well. Who to tell? We thought to him in a very short while. As under 11 boys, 4x1. Respective boxes making the correction, especially box 3. Athlete from St. Mary going into lane 2 and box number 3. So, athletes 4x1. St. Anne, St. Mary, St. Elizabeth, Catherine, Portland, Manchester, St. Andrew, and St. Thomas. Athletes been asked to go on their mark. And the gun had set them off. Oh, I thought the lane athlete in lane 5, Portland, he went out before the gun was fired. They took their sweet time to recall the race. But he's nervous, and I hope they just have a word with him, though, to be honest. It's under 11. So the official just going across to the athlete in question. I'm telling him to just relax. You have it all under control. Pretty nervous. His team's time at 56.82 seconds is in record for the gold. But can they do it? Manchester labeled as favorites in lane 6. So athletes in the set position. And Manchester we spoke about, nervous. Also asking athletes to stand once again. Here we go. Not for the first, not for the second. On the third time in question. The third time is a charm. And the God has sent them away. Great start. It is this by St. Andrew and St. Thomas. On the inside of St. Andrew is Manchester. But St. Andrew having a slight advantage. Oh no, not the greatest exchange by St. Andrew. They've left Manchester behind. Here comes the run made by St. Catherine. They've gained on Portland. St. Catherine in the red shorts. Adjusting the baton in his hand. It is St. Catherine, but on the outside, it looks like St. Andrew. St. Andrew having a slight advantage on this penultimate leg of the 4x1. St. Andrew on the outside of St. Andrew is St. Thomas. That is the top two. It is all about St. Andrew collecting the baton, but in front is Manchester. Manchester went ahead and collected the baton on the inside. St. Catherine is there. They're in the red shirts. Well, Manchester. But here comes St. Elizabeth and St. Mary. St. Elizabeth now taking full control. And St. Elizabeth, brilliantly done by the man who won the 100 meters and the 200 meters. And now winning the gold in the 4x1. St. Elizabeth coming through to gain another gold medal, 55.81 seconds for St. Elizabeth. In second was Manchester, 55.99. And third, St. Catherine, 56.20. St. Elizabeth, what an anchor leg. He collected the baton in fourth or fifth and went through, blew by everyone. We have seen the knee lifts entire morning in the 100 meters and the 200 meters, and he certainly displayed it in that 4x1 a short while ago. What a performance, what an anchor, what a gold medal. St. Elizabeth, oh, that was indeed needed if they are going to take this title. And these events are very vital for the championship. We're talking about points. We're talking about the title in 2023. Hanover in 1, Trelawney in 2, St. Andrew in 3, Kingston 4, St. Catherine 5, Westmoreland in 6, Manchester 7, and Portland in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. Gunn has sent them away. Great start it is for Kingston and St. Catherine. And then moving well on the outside, it looks to be Portland, and then Westmoreland. Westmoreland is right there in the mix. Westmoreland handing over the baton. Oh, poor exchange from Westmoreland. Portland out in front. On the inside, trying to come through. It is Kingston. So Kingston now taking full control, taking over on his penultimate exchange. It is Portland on the outside in lane 8, and Kingston trying to come through. Well, here comes St. Andrew. St. Andrew cutting the deficit on this third leg. Wow! From this young lady from St. Andrew. This is the under 13 girls, 4x1. St. Andrew, they're all alone. Oh my word. St. Andrew, this will be valuable for them. They are the favorites, and they will take the bacon in the girls class. This under 13, 4x1. Kingston is second, and coming through for third, like Portland, Westmoreland will be fourth. 50.99 seconds is the flash time. St. Andrew gaining the gold. 51.01 seconds is the official time. Kingston second, 52.66 seconds, and Portland third, the bronze, 52.87 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze. Girls under 13, 4x1. What does it mean? What does it mean for the points table? Oh my word. Up and down a battle between St. Andrew and who? St. Elizabeth. The Saints are out. Who will come through the top? We're just waiting for the updated point standings, because 231 to St. Elizabeth, 204 for St. Andrew, and they may go to 216 with that win. It's not calculated just yet. And St. Elizabeth was missing in action, but guess what? It's now time for the boys. I'm waiting on the adjustments. Boys under 13. And you have to look out for Kingston in this event. Also, have to look for St. Catherine. So this is intriguing now. Clarendon in 1, boys under 13. Trelawney in 2, Kingston 3, St. Catherine there in 4, St. Thomas in 5, St. Andrews 6, Manchester 7, and St. Elizabeth in lane 8. Athletes on their backs. Oh, the athlete in 3, Kingston, has to be careful, Gonna ask, officials gonna ask everyone to stand. Just have a word with him. I'm loving this though. No red cards, no yellow cards. I mean, yes, you should do that though, to be honest. But no, not a fun meet like this. Let's have a word or two, and then if it continues, you use a red card. So athletes on their marks. Clarendon, Trelawney, Kingston, St. Catherine, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth. And St. Elizabeth going out strong, so too on the inside, St. Andrew. St. Andrew, they've gone by Manchester like they were not there. What a blistering start from the St. Andrew team. A brilliant baton exchange for St. Andrew. On the outside is St. Elizabeth. Here comes Manchester on the backstretch. Oh, they've gone by St. Andrew on the inside for this third leg. And St. Andrew collected the baton sweetly. They're cruising around the bend. They're leaving St. Elizabeth behind. So it's St. Andrew on this final exchange. They're in charge and they are large for this run. It is all about St. Andrew. They were the favorites, but St. Andrew is moving away from Kingston and also St. Catherine and Manchester coming in the mix, but it's going to be St. Andrew. 2 relays on the trot, 49.95 seconds. They won the boys under 13 4x1. That's all brilliantly done by this team called St. Andrew. What does it mean for the points tally? What does it mean for the points tally? This is certainly a championship. I'm going to check it right away, but I can tell you this much. The winning time, 49.94 seconds for the St. Andrew team, and St. Catherine second at 50.93. My word. And then in third, I'll tell you that in a very short while. And the time, Manchester, 50.98 seconds. Now, listen to this. The top 5. St. Elizabeth, they are in front, 231 points. St. Andrew, they're second, 216 points. And Manchester, they're third, 180 points. This points tally is before the last race that was run. So you know that St. Andrew will get 12 more points in the bag. So they're going to be right there knocking on the door of St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth, I think, came 6th or 5th, so they did not collect the amount of points that they wanted to, but I'm waiting for the updated points tally. This is interesting. This is serious. My good friend is standing beside me. I said before, I have a special guest. He's from the eastern end of the island, St. Thomas. Why are you smiling, man? You're smiling like you're nervous.
Hello, my name is Tyrese Beckett.
I was about to say, me get your name in there, but that's all right. You're supporting what parish?
I'm from St. Thomas, so obviously I'm supporting St. Thomas.
No, I made a joke earlier on, and I said that you competed for St. Thomas earlier on, and you actually did. I didn't know that, though, but I learned something today. In what event and what year?
2011, 4x1. My relay team was Michael Bentley, Michael Johnson, and Michael Smith from St. Thomas. We come third in that year.
Hold up point there. Let's go back to the track. This is the girls under 15 4x1 on the cards. So this is the first of 2 under 15. St. Anne in 1, Portland 2, Westmoreland 3, St. Catherine 4, St. James 5, Manchester 6, St. Elizabeth 7, and Kingston in lane 8. Kingston handing over the baton in the top position, but the move is now made by Manchester. Also there is St. Catherine in the red. Now it is Manchester gathering some momentum, gathering some steam on the second leg. They'll hand over the baton in the top position. On the inside is Westmoreland. They're telling their own story, and St. Catherine is also there. Also there, it looks to be St. James, but it is out in front, Manchester, on this penultimate leg for the final exchange. It is Manchester still out in front. Good exchange for Manchester. On the inside, it looks to be St. Catherine and Westmoreland. They're battling on. Along the outside is Manchester. It's a 3-lady race, but Manchester on the outside, St. Catherine on the inside, but Manchester holding off the duo. Manchester coming through, Westmoreland is second, and it's going to be St. Catherine third and St. James in fourth. 54.25 seconds for Manchester. They are the gold medalist. In second is Westmoreland, 54.40, and third, St. Catherine, 54.45. St. James should finish fourth. Their time not on the board just yet. Now it comes 55.23 seconds. As a race run, I'm just checking the points tally right away. I'm not even waiting. I'm just checking the points tally right away. And as I said before, the points tally before this race, St. Elizabeth 236, St. Andrew 228, and in third, Manchester 188. It's a ding-dong battle between St. Elizabeth and St. Andrew. They are the defending champions of St. Andrew, and they're not letting go of the title so easy. But you were telling me about the team that came last. You said that came last. I came third. Tell me again, who was on the team?
Myself, Tyrese Beckett. You have Michael Bentley, an athlete. He retired now. Michael Johnson and Michael Smith.
That sounds like a good team on paper. But I want to come. I don't understand. Oh, you guys came third. I don't understand that at all. What happened? Why happened? I don't understand.
Then at that time we were fast. Trust me, we were fast. But we came to town. We come here. We met. We come in contact with faster guys than ourselves. But let me just say this. Remember, Michael Bentley was injured during that year because he went and played football, which he shouldn't. and hurt his foot, and he actually jogged the race, and we come third. So just imagine, I was on the backstretch. So it was all a power team. It was all a power team. My coach, Mr. Brian, back then.
You were at that point, though, reminiscing somewhat. As we look now for the next event on track, under 15 boys, Kingston in 1, St. Thomas 2, Westmoreland 3, Manchester 4, St. Catherine 5, St. Andrew 6, St. Elizabeth in 7, and St. Mary in lane 8. As see the athletes and the respective boxes looking all around. Athletes on their marks. Under 15 boys, 4x1. And the gun has sent them away. Great start. It is in lane 7. Looks to be St. Elizabeth. Also moving well on the outside of St. Elizabeth is St. Mary. And on the inside, not the greatest exchange at all from the team called St. Andrew. The athlete stood up and collected the baton. What was he thinking about? But you have to look at Manchester in the yellow shorts on the inside. Great exchange for this penultimate. It is all about Manchester on the inside. St. Catherine coming up on the second, or should I say in second. Also there is St. Elizabeth. So moving well is Manchester. So to St. Catherine and also St. Elizabeth. That is the top 3. But it's all about Manchester. They will take the gold. In second is St. Catherine. St. Elizabeth finishing third, and Westmoreland in 4th. 48.74 seconds. I want to tell you who's around me, or the persons around me cheering for one school, for one parish, pardon me. 48.73 for Manchester. St. Catherine, the silver, 49.64. And the bronze going the way of St. Elizabeth, 50.86 seconds. And I tell you before, in terms of the point standings, let me give you updated point standings. St. Elizabeth, before this race, they have 240 points, and St. Andrew, they're second with 228, and they're going to get some more points from finishing in third. And we were St. Andrew nowhere, about 5th or 6th or 7th. So guess what? St. Elizabeth, they're stepping ahead, tiny steps, stepping away from St. Andrew so far. The 4x1s have been completed. The medley is next. I think it's a done deal for the St. Elizabeth team, though. But going back to what you were saying, though, but you're here, you're supporting your parish, or just watching the track and field, or what?
I'm here supporting my parish. I'm here watching also. And I'm here to help in whatever way I can.
So you're here to come help? You helping me, or just helping the parish? Who are you helping?
Helping my parish. Helping my parish, and also coaches I know from other parishes as well.
So you're here in what capacity, though?
I'm in javelin right now. I stopped doing track from I started high school. I used to attend Mount High School. I stopped for some reason. I don't know. I regret stopping. So listen to me, young athletes. Whenever you have something and it's going for you, please trust me. Don't stop. Please don't stop. Don't stop. I stopped and I started again. I went to Sixth Farm at Excelsior High School. I started javelin there. And trust me, I fell in love with javelin. I've asked myself the question, like, what was I doing all these years, all these 5 years I was out there? What was I doing? I'm not doing track and field. So in whatever way means I can, whenever I see young athletes, anywhere, not just St. Thomas, but anywhere, and I see the talent, I say, hey guy, look at me. Take my word for it, please. Don't stop. Don't stop. You will never know. You will never know. And for this meet, JTA, primary champs, I personally love it. I personally love it. What you people have been doing for the younger kids in bringing them up to what the real world has out there. I mean, it's no different from the real world with the races and the alignment of the races, all the objective and all of that. It's no different. I personally love it. I love it. I recommend it. to athletes. I say, hey, join a team. Trust me, go out there. You'll never know. You'll never know what you can accomplish. You know what I mean? So just stay on the right track.
All right, big boss. Continue doing the javelin. Greater things lies ahead for you. You're out for some time. Great things lies ahead for you. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You will hear more of me because I'm just coming back. I plan to start in my season this year, but it ran out. So next year, hopefully, you will see me. You will hear from me. Man, remember my name. My name is Tyrese Beckett. Thank you.
You're the man, sir. Remember your name. You're not going to forget it, though, after next year. Remember me tell you that. Beckett. We'll talk. So, Tyrese Beckett. In javelin is up and coming, I could consider. And we're joined by mommy and daughter, actually. So, I don't understand it. Hold on. We're going to go to the medley. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, afternoon.
Hi. Hi. So, you competed earlier on for VAS?
Prep.
Yes, my dear, I know. But thank you very much. Well, you competed for VAS Prep earlier on. What leg you ran on?
First leg.
Oh, in under what? Under 13, under 11, under?
Class 3.
Class 3.
Oh, all right, class 3. Okay. How well your team did, though? Your team won?
Yes, when it came third, but when one of my teammates was running, named Zion, she ran very fast and made VAS Prep come first.
Okay, she ran the ankle leg. She was brilliant on the ankle leg, though, to be honest. Yeah, so she's the fastest girl in her class?
I think so, because she's in grade 5, and I'm in grade 3, so I don't know if she's the fastest one in her grade 5 class.
But she's faster than you.
Yes.
You like track and field?
Yes, I love to run because it just gets me motivated so I can get faster.
So you want to get faster like who? Who's your favorite athlete?
Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Why is Shelly your favorite athlete?
Because she's very fast.
Is that she alone fast? I don't understand.
No, but Sherika Jackson and Usain Bolt are fast too.
But you like Shelly?
Yes.
Shelly's your favorite?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask her why she's our favorite. I'm not going to ask her that. Mommy, you're here. Come here, man. How are you? Let me get your name.
I'm good. I'm Deidre K.
Okay, Deidre K. Boy, you talk strong and sturdy though. Deidre K, you enjoying the day? You enjoy your daughter's run?
Yes, it has been a lovely turnout so far, and it's really nice to see all the junior athletes performing, and they've been doing exceptionally well.
Were you nervous when your daughter was running?
Extremely.
Why?
Because she's on the first leg, and she sets the tone for the race, so it's kind of nerve-wracking.
Are you proud of her performance today?
Extremely proud.
Yes, to be no. You think she could have gone a little faster?
No, I'm not going to say she could have gone a little faster, but as time goes and training, they'll definitely get there.
So you're hoping that she'll get there, or you know that she'll get there?
I know she'll get there.
So who is your favorite athlete? I heard from your daughter. Let me hear what you have to say.
Wow. I have to say Elaine Thompson hero. So I disagree with her. I love Shelly, don't get me wrong, but Elaine is my favorite.
So Elaine is your favorite. So it must be an argument in the house. Who is the favorite? Who is the better athlete, whether it's Elaine or whether it's Shelly?
It's no argument. We're just proud Jamaicans and love to support all our athletes. So as long as it's one of us winning, we're good.
Mommy, enjoy the rest of your day, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And good run, and good gold medal in the 4x1.
Thank you.
I'll see you next week at Prep Champs. So the start of the medley relay, the girls open medley relay. It's a 800-meter sprint medley. In lane 1, Clarendon, 2, Kingston, 3, Manchester, 4, Portland, 5, St. Andrews, 6, St. Anne's, 7, St. Catherine. Also in the mix for the sprint medley relay. So St. Thomas, Portland, St. Catherine, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and Westmoreland. So coming around the bend, doing well in St. Thomas, they are in lane 1. On the outside, Portland in lane 2. They're cruising around the bend, they're in the lead, but certainly St. Thomas making a ground. St. Thomas in 2 and Portland in 3. To make the correction. But it is all about Portland in the lead. The eastern end is leading at the present time. The second or the third leg is at 200 meters. And the final leg is a 4. So Portland, St. Thomas, and then you have St. Elizabeth, then followed by St. Catherine. So Portland still ahead of St. Thomas. St. Thomas now making up the ground on the final leg. St. Thomas on the outside, Portland on the inside. Well, squeezing through on the inside is a St. Thomas. I thought she was going on the outside, but instead she went on the inside. All the doors left open by Portland. But St. Elizabeth, who basically assigned themselves as the champions in 2023, they want to sign off in a huge way. They've gone in the lead. They've gone past St. Thomas. They've gone past Portland. And St. Elizabeth coming into the home stretch. They qualify with a time of 2:03.16 seconds. The fastest time heading into the final. St. Elizabeth. The gold is shining over the parish. With this brilliant ankle leg, it's a 400 meters from this young lady. She's bringing home the bacon, almost stumbling, rumbling, but not trembling, because guess what? 206.70. It's a gold mining for this young lady and this parish and this team. 206.70. That is the flash time for St. Elizabeth. 206.70 seconds for St. Elizabeth. It's more points racking up here for the breadbasket parish that's going to be going home celebrating. St. Catherine is second, 211.03 seconds, and Trelawney third, 212.89 seconds. Looking at the updated point standings before this race. I will look at the updated point standings before the final race. St. James in 11th, 52 points. Let me start from 14 and not from 11th. Hanover, they're 14th with 17 points. Clarendon 13th with 31 points. In 12th, you have St. Mary with 52 points. In 11th, St. James, also 52. In 10th, St. Thomas on 84 points. In 9th, you have St. Anne and Westmoreland with 88 points. In 7th, Trelawney with 91 points. In 6th, Portland with 105 points. In 5th, Kingston, 167 points. In 4th, St. Catherine with 182 points. In 3rd, Manchester, 212 points. In 2nd, St. Andrew, 232 points. And in 1st, St. Elizabeth, they have 248 points, a 232 to 248. Wow. So we had the A final a short while ago. Now we have the B final on the girls' side, under 15. So St. James in 2, Kingston in 3, St. Andrew in 4, 5 St. Mary, and 6 St. Anne, and 8 Manchester. 6 facing the starter in this B final. First leg is 100, second leg 100, the third leg is 200, and the anchor is a 400 meters, 800 meters sprint medley relay. So recall, lady from Manchester did not have on her brakes a short while ago. She was going, but she was not gone.
Stand up, St. James. St. James, stand up.
So they're asking the athletes from St. James to stand. That's in lane 2. Full white represents St. James. Black shorts for Kingston. Green shorts for St. Andrew. And brown shorts for St. Mary. Light blue, this for St. Anne, the Garden Parish, and Manchester, the golden shorts, you may call it. And the gun has sent them away. Great start for Kingston. On the inside and the outside, Manchester, the young lady who did not want to stop, is going and going strong on this opening leg. First leg of 100 meters. You have St. Andrew on the inside, doing well. On the outside is Manchester in that yellow shorts. The green shorts of St. Andrew is prevailing in this second leg. They'll hand over the baton in the top position. Now with this penultimate leg, which is the 200 meters, showcasing St. Andrew out in front. On the outside is Manchester. They are in lane 8. Trying to make their mark is Kingston. Also in the mix, St. Mary. But certainly St. Andrew, they are in charge. They're cruising on this front stretch. They're not at home just as yet because they'll hand over the baton for the final leg, which is the 400 meters. They're way out in front. So it's St. Andrew first, and then looks like Manchester second, and St. James, they are third. So also there's St. Mary. And then you're followed by Kingston, and then St. Anne. But going now on the back stretch, the lead is about 35 meters for St. Andrew over Manchester, who are second. That is the top two. About 10 meters behind, there's a trio of ladies. But the young lady from Kingston, who is at the back of the trio, now goes in front. She goes in chase. They pass the entrance of the marathon tunnel for the final time. 200 meters to go. It is all about St. Andrew, followed by Manchester and Kingston. St. James is there, St. Mary and St. Anne. But now with 150 meters to go, the young lady from St. Andrew has turned up the throttle and is moving away from Manchester, but Manchester is coming. They cut the deficit with about 70 meters to go. St. Andrew and Manchester, but St. Andrew, she has something left and she's going away from Manchester. She will get the top spot in section B of the sprint medley relay. Stops the clock 2:03.85 seconds. She celebrates. Manchester is second, St. James third, St. Anne fourth, and Kingston coming through fifth, while in sixth will be St. Mary. 2:03.90 seconds for St. Andrew. Manchester second, 2:05.85. St. James third, 2:05.86 seconds. So the fastest time overall. So 2:03.90 is the fastest time overall. So they'll get the gold medal ahead of St. Elizabeth. So what they've done, making it a timed final between the two. So who have the fastest time will get the gold, silver, and bronze, and it'll go on that direction in terms of points, going right down to 8. And I think the reason why they did it, though, because what we spoke about yesterday, I think the teams protested. The stagger what was made for the first heat was incorrect. So they had the stagger like it was a 400-meter stagger for that 100-meter run. The first leg is a 100-meter leg. So, however, the stagger that they had was not a 4x1 stagger. They had a 400-meter stagger. So the lane 8 was all the way around, almost to the flag where you see on the right-hand side of your screen. That's where that lane 8 was. So the stagger was incorrect. So that's the reason I think why they ran it over today in terms of making it a timed final and not necessarily a qualifier. And that's the right thing to do, to be honest, because because that first leg was not 100 meters at all, it was like 60 or 50 for some of the individuals. So that was the right, they made that boo-boo and they made the correction. Great work by the organizers, I think, to do that, to make it a timed final. So the next event to close off the championship is the sprint medley relay on the boys' side. Look on the points tally, though. St. Elizabeth 256 to St. Andrew 244. Can you tell me more? So 256 to 244. I'm checking to see, though, if it is that, guess what? St. Andrew, if that last race has been calculated just yet. I'm going to check to make sure. So it's interesting, though. Let's see what will happen.
I'm just a little girl, but I have big dreams. And one day, all my dreams are going to come true.
That's why I'm glad Mommy opened a Sagicor Bank Star Savers account for me.
It's the best gift she could ever give me. Because one day I won't be little anymore. And my small savings are going to grow big.
I even got my own debit card.
Give your child a gift that will grow. Open a Sagicor Bank Star Savers account today.
Hey, do you feel down, alone, or going through a lot right now? You Matter is a 24/7 confidential chatline that supports the mental wellness of young Jamaicans by the Ministry of Health and Wellness and You Report. Messaging us connects you with trained counselors ready to listen and support you. And there's no charge. We know it can be hard to talk sometimes, but we promise this is a safe space. Text us for free with Flow or send a WhatsApp to 876-838-4897. You can also reach us at You Report Jamaica on Facebook Messenger. Remember, mental health matters. You matter.
So welcome back. This to the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. So looking at the points tally though, St. Elizabeth 256 and St. Andrew 244. And the final event coming up, medley, a 12-point lead. And however, if St. Elizabeth finishes this race, it's done. It's done. They have won the title. They have won the championship. St. Andrew, on the other hand, would have to win it and hope that St. Elizabeth drop the baton. Or they're out, or disqualified. And then they would be tied. But I don't know what will happen then if that happened. But guess what? We'd have to speak to Bruce James or anyone else in that capacity. But it's not a done deal just yet. But they have a major advantage, that's St. Elizabeth. So the final event, boys sprint medley relay. And the stagger you see now, that's what the stagger that they put out for the girls sprint medley, which is a 100, 100, 200, and a 400. So that was incorrect, and they made amends by just running sectional finals, timed the final. And I like that. Giving everyone equal opportunity. So in lane 1 is Clarendon, coming in with a time of 4:48.29. In 2, Kingston, 4:40.39 seconds. In lane 3, St. Andrew, 4:39.12 seconds. In lane 4, St. Elizabeth, 4:34.32 seconds. In 5, you have Westmoreland, 4:37.44 seconds. In 6, Manchester, 4:34.23 seconds. In 7, St. Mary, 4:39.55. And in lane 8, you have St. Catherine, 4:40.16 seconds. What a championship we have had. The JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 2023 edition, the 38th staging, and a battle to the bitter end. I could say the battle to the glorious end. Maybe bitter for one team, but will be excitement galore for another. So the athletes standing behind their blocks. In the meantime, we have to say kudos to the organizers for putting this meet together. Well-run meet. Somewhat. A well-run meet. Big up to the organizers, big up to the sponsors, big up to the athletes and respective coaches. So for this now 1600 meters medley relay, first leg is a 400, second leg 200, the third leg 200, and the fourth 800 meters. So the starter on his rostrum, Sir Ricky, speaking to the athlete from St. Elizabeth, wearing the cast in his left hand. He's extremely brave to do that, though. A lot of movement. I remember breaking my hand. I did not want to move it anywhere. Just carry it in a sling. Athletes on their marks. So Clarendon, Kingston, St. Andrews, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Manchester, St. Mary, and St. Catherine. It's a clean start for the boys. This is the medley relay, 1600 meters sprint on the cards. St. Catherine moving well in lane 8. Also moving well is Manchester. They're gone by St. Mary. They're in the yellow shorts. What a run so far. Does he realize 400 meters? Hope he does. Hope he has more in store. Hitting the 200 meters mark on this opening leg. The young man from Manchester having a major advantage and still going strong, going around that bend. Manchester's opening athlete is certainly turning on the burners here this afternoon. He's looked to his left. He said that he's all alone and still pouring home for the closure of this first leg. The Manchester, we're out in front. Here comes St. Catherine. They're in lane 8. They're trying to cut the deficit somewhat. But he's slowing up a bit, though, Manchester, before giving or handing over the baton for the second leg, which is 200 meters. Good opening leg for Manchester. On the inside, St. Elizabeth. On the outside, it's St. Catherine in the red. That is the top three. But certainly Manchester with a country mile lead over St. Catherine and St. Elizabeth. Also there is Westmoreland. So for this penultimate leg, penultimate exchange, so Manchester way out in front. St. Catherine, they are in second. Westmoreland in third. St. Elizabeth right there. And then followed by St. Andrew. But on the first front stretch once again, Manchester with a 35-meter lead over St. Catherine in second. But the athlete from St. Catherine is cutting the deficit. He means business today. So the chain is made. Manchester, St. Catherine, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and then you have St. Andrew, Kingston, St. Mary. So those are the athletes there. Then Clarendon at the back of the pack. But going back to the front, remember this final leg is an 800 meters leg. Manchester way out in front. St. Catherine there in second. St. Elizabeth in third. St. Andrew had now gone into third, going by St. Elizabeth. Westmoreland there in fifth. Kingston, St. Mary, and Clarendon. Going back to the front. It's all about Manchester on this first of 2 laps on the final leg of the 1600 meters medley relay. So Manchester still with about a 20-meter lead over St. Catherine. And St. Andrew, they're making up their ground. They collected the baton in 5th. Oh, they're gone up to now 3rd. 1 lap to go, 3:07 on the cards. Manchester, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth. All St. Elizabeth needs to do is just finish. And they are the champions. Westmoreland passing St. Elizabeth. Clarendon also there. St. Mary passing Clarendon, and Kingston is at the back of the pack. Manchester, way out in front, being tracked by St. Catherine in 2nd. St. Andrew there in 3rd, still holding that 3rd position. Westmoreland in 4th. St. Mary goes by St. Elizabeth and Clarendon. But going back to the top of the pack with 150 meters to go. Still Manchester holding that top spot. In 2nd, in St. Catherine. St. Andrew trying to make a move. They are in 3rd. But Manchester is being urged on. But here comes St. Catherine leaving St. Andrew. They're settled for 2nd. The fans of Manchester urging the anchor leg runner to go for the gold. And that's what he'll do. It's going to be Manchester, followed by St. Catherine. Westmoreland goes in for 3rd. And then St. Andrew, they're 4th. St. Mary, 5th. And St. Elizabeth in 6th. And finishing 6th, guarantee them the title. They are the champions of the 2023 edition of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. Congratulations to St. Elizabeth. So looking on the clock, 4:28.17 seconds for Manchester, 4:30. 2nd, St. Catherine, 4:30.18. Westmoreland is 3rd. 4:32.06 seconds. So that is the top 3, gold, silver, and bronze. So a great performance from St. Elizabeth. They are the champions of this staging 2023. So 264. Oblique on the women's sprint medley. $264 to $241 as the point standings was adjusted somewhat, but that's before the last race which happened. So congratulations to St. Elizabeth. $264. Let me give you the full point standings in a very short while when every point has come in. A clarification on that. But certainly, congratulations to St. Elizabeth. Manchester winning that final race. What a championship we have had in this 2023 edition. You've seen a lot of action on the track and in the field. Not only on the track, though, the high jump, the long jump, the throws, the shot put. It was phenomenal. The talents all around. Talents not only on the track, but certainly in the field, highlighted on the girls' side and on the boys' side. It was beautiful to watch last 2 days. An event that has been going for not 1, not 10, not 20, but over 30 years, heading to 40. Some of us who are watching are not even 30 just yet. So it is a long, long time investment by Sagicor. And great work by Sagicor for investing in a product that has stood the test of time. Still going strong, has produced so many Olympians, so many world champions, and still producing as we speak. And you have to wonder who will come from this championship this year to rule the world the next couple of years, as we have seen others do, and they have made that trail for others to follow. So great work from the organizers. Great work from the organizers as they wind down.
score of the team. As I students who are from earlier, right there around and sure that you are coming from all the challenges that you have given the national student this morning into this afternoon. I'm going to go and score around the meters. I'm going to go and score around the meters. And we have had some ground, and so we are going to stick around and make those presentations as well. Let me just point out the information, ladies and gentlemen. The top school invitation, I'm told that those members will be sent to the school next week. For the athletes who participate in the press schools, those members will be sent to the school next week. So coaches, you can check with the office. But those medals will not be presented in afternoon, they will be presented at school next week. Under 11 girls in third place with a time of 58.36 seconds. Let me hear it for St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth in third, 58.36. In second place, representing Manchester, 58.20 seconds. Let me enter Manchester. Taking that one, a shot, 57.35 seconds. 57.35 seconds. Winning that one. Let me hear it for Kiara. We have got Mr. Johnson. That's what they did. Mr. Johnson. And then they started. Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson is not going to be the station at all. Smiling from the video, see Kiara Grant in that one. Hands up, girls. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Jenny, hands up, everybody, hands up, hands
So,
up.
Alright, everybody.
Hey, this way. Camera.
This is the 11 points. Under 11 points, so I want to next week on 11 pounds, so I want to be details. Third place, running a time of 56.20 seconds. Let me go to our Team St. Catherine. Team St. Catherine, in third place, 56.20 seconds. In second place, with a time of 55.99 seconds. Let me hear for Team Manchester. Team Manchester. Winning that one, ladies and gentlemen, the time of 55.81 seconds. Let me hear it for the winner basketball of Southeast. Coordinator Jones, smiling from ear to ear. Thank you very much. We're going to ask our president. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, our president, for some aid presentation. We have our president, Mrs. Asana. All right, everybody. Make your way over to the head of the presentation area. President Harrison. In third place, representing with a time of 52.87 seconds. Let me hear it for Portland. Portland in third. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, with a time of 52.66 seconds. 52.66 seconds in second place, Kingston. Thank you very much for just stick around for a little bit. We're going to be having the moments and those who will presented to by Mr. Yohan Blake. Our winners, never knows the winners. Mr. Harris will forgive me. Our winners, ladies and gentlemen, with a time of 51.01 seconds. Let me hear it for Team St. Andrews. Presentation of the 13 girls, 400 meters. To do this presentation, Mr. Awaji and Korean. In third position, with a time of 52.12 seconds. 52.12 seconds. And here from Manchester. In second position, Manchester in third, 52.11 seconds. St. James in second, 51.00 seconds. And St. Andrews doing the 149.90 seconds. So the third place, with a time of 52.12 seconds, Manchester. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, with a time of 51.00 seconds, St. Andrews. And in first place, with a time of
Oh, you know so. Yeah, it's been a birthday, but you did, sir. I'll get to get their medal. Come, Danielle. And when she gone up on the other round, we got to your photograph.
In case that done, then that's a battery. No, so Jack only can do that. Then I have to kill everything too. No, start to the coach.
Mr. William Brown, the Chief Technical General for individual awards. Need to get